What's up? What's up? Happy Saturday, everyone. I appreciate your patience. Make sure you smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like, smash that like. Yes, and yes, you see the title Jaguar Wright versus Tasha K. Jag is always obsessed with Tasha K and what Tasha K has happening and going on. Also, we have, Tasha K interviewed, y'all know she interviewed Katt Williams' brother, Stephen, first. And people were kind of skeptical because they were like, is this really his brother? And yes, it was actually his brother. And his brother also messaged me about Jaguar, right? Well, I messaged him about Jag and he responded to me and I made a video on it. So check out my previous videos. So, anyways, Tasha K interviewed the brother, and the brother pretty much was doing an expose of Katt Williams and calling him out for certain things and making certain insinuations, and also accusing him, yes, of child the M word, okay? Let's, so M left, So then now Katt Williams has actually responded, and him and Tasha K had a 2-hour conversation. I wouldn't say interview, but interview, conversation, whatever you want to call it. They spoke for 2 hours. Tasha K has not released the 2-hour conversation, but she has spoke about the conversation that was had, and we're going to get into that as well, and my thoughts and opinions on that as well. I will have audience opinion to see what you all think about this whole situation. You can also call in as well to give your opinion as well about the battle of the brothers, Stephen versus Katt Williams. And we also have a Freeman update, which I'm going to give an update on first. We all know that, well, some of you know that Freeman was the landlord for Ralph and Shar, his girlfriend, and Levi was the minor at the time when they first moved in, but he's now a young adult, and they pretty much moved out and left Levi in the basement. And they were, Ralph was like, I have squatters' rights. I have squatters' rights. And then he was like, Avengers, I need the Avengers to come rescue. Here come the Avengers to save the day, calling us into his mess. So then, I went in with open mind, and I'm like, well, this looks like a landlord tenant issue. He was like, no, Jay-Z is after me and Jag is in on it. Jay-Z is after me. And I'm like, this is not about Jay-Z and Rock Nation after you. This is a landlord tenant issue. Y'all have not been paying rent. Y'all have been mooching off of the man and, freeloading, not paying rent, trying to swat. This is a landlord tenant issue. And so now I was pretty much saying that the only way to handle this situation is the legal route and legal method, and not just trying to act crazy and do anything that's going to make them get out. Because Freeman was saying sorts of things like, oh, I should do this or do that. Crazy shit to try to get them off his property. And I understand you want people off your property, but you have to do it legally to avoid consequences and also getting in trouble and backlash. So now he actually filed an eviction. So he filed an eviction to have them evicted off the property. And so now he missed the first court date because he's going to rehab for physical therapy, not drugs, as Ralph was saying, for physical therapy if he has an actual injury. And so he was going to physical therapy, and so he missed the first court date. But then there was a second court date as well. So in the first court date, Shar was telling the judge pretty much that she was his caretaker. Oh, I'm his caretaker. I'm on the farm to help him with the farm animals and to take care of him, and I'm helping him, and that I was supposed to be labor for in exchange for rent. And there was never an agreement with that. As I showed y'all with the text messages and the evidence and receipts, it was actually supposed to be $1,500 a month. They were using his laundry, his Wi-Fi, They were just doing a lot. Just like, child, they were over there in his refrigerator, child. They were living it up, and they were really not wanting to get off the property. Imagine you moving in people into your house, into your residence. You move them in. They're not paying rent. They're using your Wi-Fi, even complaining about the Wi-Fi service, wanting food from your refrigerator, coffee, using your laundry, running up your light bill, because they're moving in a lot of people in your basement that you're renting out. And then they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave off the property. And now they're saying that they worked on your land. So now it's labor for exchange. So, that child. So anyways, Freeman did actually file for an eviction, which is a process. It's a process. And I did advise him, listen, from now on, you got to have a lease. You got to have a lease agreement. You got to have them sign it. You got to have what is the rules for the laundry, what's the rules for Wi-Fi, what are the rules for living there, what's off limits, and what's, you have to have all this stuff outlined and down to it, cross your T's, dot your I's. You have to have a lease or people will take advantage of you. And then guess what? Even though the judge was only going to give 10 days for them to leave off the property, guess what? Freeman was nice to give 10 additional days. Shy, he better than me. He gave 10 additional days. So now she has 20 days. Shar and Levi, they have 20 days to get off the property. 20 days. And let me tell you something. Shar was really trying to use Levi to avoid being evicted. So she took her son Levi to the court to try to have him speak and, to get, sympathy, and the judge to be more empathetic. And the judge pretty much was not going to allow Levi to speak or anything this is according to Freeman, okay? So this happened on October 22nd. So the judge was not allowing Levi to speak, no. And the judge was actually going to give only 10 days, but Freeman allowed more. And by the way, Freeman and his lawyer spoke to them like Shar. So Ralph wasn't there, just Shar and Levi, by the way. So Shar and Levi. So the judge, was asking questions in the courtroom about the situation. And Shar, once she got in the courtroom, she was trying to argue against something that they had already decided. So if you haven't been to any sort of court proceeding, sometimes the parties might have discussions in the hallway to try to settle things or come to some sort of agreement before actually going into the actual courtroom. So in a quarter and things like that, they were trying to have an agreement that, we'll give 20 days. You have to get out and things like that. But once they got in the courtroom, Shar tried to now go against that and try to argue something totally different. And the judge was pretty much like, listen, I will only give you 10 days. So I suggest you probably go with the offer that they were giving you, which is 20 days. So then now they have 20 days as of October 22nd was the court date. They have 20 days to vacate the premises, and they have been officially evicted. So all that little rah-rah and hoorah about what they were going to do, that issue is now resolved. And I have the receipts. Hunty, the receipts. Yes, Hunty, yeah. So let's look at those receipts really quickly before we move into the next topic. As you can see right here, we have the receipts. This is the actual court case. And he filed this because, listen, once you try to evict someone, you have to give them a certain amount of days, usually 30, if you want them out without them trying to pay anything. You give a certain amount of time, like 3 or 7 days, and then to pay rent. That gives them an opportunity to try to rent, and then now they can stay. But if you get the 30 days or something, then they don't have an option to pay rent. It's just you have to get out based on you already violated the terms and conditions of the tenancy agreement. So that was the case. So now what happens now is the service date was September 28th, 2025 is when they were served. The disposition date, it says judgment entered possession. So now there's possession over the premises for a Freeman case as of October 22nd, 2025. So you're pretty much not going to be really hearing from Freeman. And this is why I said it's a landlord-tenant issue, is because once you say it's a landlord-tenant issue, once you now say that she has to move out and they have to move out of his basement off his property, we don't have to report on Freeman anymore or update on Freeman or anything with Freeman. They don't have to deal with Freeman anymore, and Freeman doesn't have to deal with them anymore. It completely settles the situation. And that's why I said landlord-tenant, is because once you solve the core issue and the main issue, there is no longer going to be a conflict or a need for anyone to be in contact or anyone to be in touch or anyone to be communicating with each other. It completely settles the situation. And that's why I kept on saying this landlord-tenant. You can say whatever you want about his criminal history or y'all's criminal history. You can say whatever you want about the property and this and that. All of that is irrelevant to the point. At the end of the day, you did not pay rent as agreed. So now it's a landlord-tenant issue and you will be evicted. And once the situation is resolved, then there's no more need for a back and forth. You staying on the property and refusing to leave the property, that creates issues, because now people have to try to get you to leave out their property. And I guarantee you, anybody that owns any property or owns anything, they are going to say, this is mine. This is my property. This is my rights. This is my place. You're not paying rent. You don't own it. I own it. They're going to be fighting you tooth and nail, and they have every right to, because how dare you not actually, feel entitled to someone else's property or someone else's things. Now, let's be clear. I completely understand that times can be hard. People can be down on their luck. People cannot afford rent and things like that. And I completely understand it. However, unfortunately, in society, there are things called as other people's property and other people's things. And even though you're less fortunate or things are happening in your life, you cannot now put your problems onto other people to where now you're going to freeload and swat on someone else. Because now when you don't pay rent, now that person might have issues paying their mortgage or paying their stuff or paying the bills that you're using. So you have to take in consideration, you have issues, but your issues are not going to cause issues for someone else's bills. So is that fair? So you have to be objective. And sometimes when you're in these situations, to only think about yourself, but you have to think about the law is the law, and there are laws for a reason, because it has to be fair for both parties in the situation. And that goes into now other things could be a factor to where we need, jobs need to be jobs, fairness, equality, or certain things in the economy or society that can help improve people's chances of getting a job and having enough money to afford a place. That goes into other factors. But outside of that, that's not what courts or four courts are going to only argue what's law, and that's the law. You have to pay your rent, you have to move out, and that's it. So I'm not trying to say I don't understand people's situations. I'm saying that how things work is what we have to focus on. Okay. Pre-trial determination of tenancy. That first hearing was October 1st, 2025. Freeman missed that because we already saw that his leg was quite swollen. He has health issues. He has physical therapy. So he missed that first October 1st one. And then he did definitely make sure, I'll say, you have to make sure you go to these hearings. You don't want this whole thing to be canceled and you have to restart this process. So he made sure he was there October 22nd. There was a bench trial, termination of tenancy, and judgment was entered for possession of it. So he now has possession. So now they have to be out by the 20th. The only person I feel sorry for in this situation is Levi, because obviously he's a young adult. Hopefully he can find his way. Hopefully she can have somewhere else for them to go and stay. But the only person I ever felt sorry for in this situation was Levi. and things like that. So, but they also try to use Levi for their convenience and for their issues and to get out of trouble and this and that. But at one point, she was actually choosing Ralph over Levi, which was problematic because, Levi was saying that Ralph had chased him with a knife. Now, as far as Ralph goes, I'm not seeing, he didn't really mention Ralph being at the hearing or being anywhere. So this is pertaining to Shar and Levi as the last residents. Now, by the way, there was a time when they were saying that they had left the premises, they were no longer living there, and that they had been gone, but that's inaccurate. As you can see, they were still fighting this tooth and nail. They were going to these hearings. They were still living in the basement. Shar has been on her TikTok posting videos from that farm still. She has been trying to suck up and kiss ass to Freeman to pretend like she's working on the farm as some sort of laborer and caretaker for him, and trying to do all these things to try to, stay on the farm and lie about, being a caretaker. None of those lies have worked. He has the receipts, hunted the receipts. And y'all know I gave him receipts from, their Discord of their statements about how it was $1,500. Her own note said it was $1,500. It was a complete breakdown of how much for the rent, how much for electricity, and things like that. Text messages asking about Wi-Fi and food and all that. And this man has health issues, and you're freeloading. Not a good look. So yes, you will order off the property. So that's the update on that. So now let's go ahead and get into Jaguar Wright versus Tasha K. And by the way, I do have 100 and something pages of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson court documents and records. So I will be going over that last. So by the way, like I said, it's going to be a long live. So the very last thing I'm going to do at the very end, because documents are time consuming, and for me to go over these pages, let's see, 141 pages of Charlie Kirk court records and documents to give you the full breakdown on Tyler Robinson updates, because I will be, like I said, returning to going back, covering Charlie Kirk, covering Candace Owens, Trump-related topics, as well as Tyler Robinson case. So I am back on that. And like I said, I will be catching everyone up on the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson case. And I'm sure everyone is waiting for the trial to see what's going to happen with that whole trial. And I'm going to cover that last. Okay, so right now, let's go ahead and get into Tasha K, Jaguar Wright, Katt Williams and his brother. And like I said, I did already talk to the brother behind the scenes already. I try to make sure, Jane, yes, I try to make sure to update on all topics as I get the updates and everything like that. So I know some people are trying to keep up with that. Now I might actually bring, once they completely move out and they're completely gone off the property, I might bring Freeman for a last and final update. So if you're interested in that, you can press 1. He can give us a last final update on the whole thing and his whole experience with this whole situation. I might do one final, because I interviewed Freeman before, so I might do a final interview, just a finale, finish up, closure of that situation. And like I said, once that's over, then it's over, and then that whole issue is resolved, and then Freeman is no longer going to be a part of this anything, because he can go back to living his life, and hopefully he has learned from this experience, and others have learned from this experience as well. So I'm seeing a lot of ones in the chat that they want to do like a final interview with Freeman. So I will see. Now, he could be like, I'm done with this situation, I don't want nothing to do with it, I want to just move on. But we will see if he is willing to do a final update.
Would have been some kind of something.
It would look more like the Jay Leno picture. So facts, number one. And then but Celebrity was able to bring up
For a second.
So let's start here. Shout out to Aquarius Moon. I appreciate you for being a member for 3 months. Wait. You've been a member way longer than that, but I know you had to restart. So she said, so proud to be part of the Avenger community on all of Dani's channels. Swords up. Thank you so much, and happy anniversary to you. Shout out to Lisa Taylor. Wow, girl, it's gonna be 3 years. Shout out to Lisa Taylor in the building. Happy 29th month anniversary. I appreciate the support. Yes, something. Yes, I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Skilo in the building. Yes, something. Yes. If you are gifted a membership from Skilo, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Again, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Also, please put some hearts in the chat to show love to Skilo for their generosity of gifting membership. So please put some hearts in the chat for Skilo. And so then we have Jane in the building says, thank you for the update. You're welcome. And sending a virtual rose right back at you. And hopefully Freeman will give us a last interview update once they actually move out. Okay, once they move out, he can tell us how everything went from like his whole experience. But yeah, shout out to you. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Started. Hey, Auntie Leah. How you doing today? Mel Tucker is in the building. Tara's in the building. Mr. and Mrs. Davis is in the building. Yvonne Wildridge. Quiet One is in the building. Pat Blair. We got Cole Lee. We have some new members here too today. Hey, Phyllis Pryor, welcome. I'm noticing right now in a lot of the world, it's kind of weird because...
Now, what I want to say about Jag is, y'all, listen, Jag is always going to be Jag. She has not changed. And what I want to tell y'all is this. Jag, can you stop copying me? It's so ridiculous. Like, it's so crazy that Jag always copies me. And that's why I say she's a fake whistleblower, because she just steals from everybody else. Like, when I started talking about Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk, I clearly said that I believe that Candace Owens is a cloud chaser, and she's cloud chasing off of this situation. She's grifting off the situation. She knows good and well that Tyler Robinson is the unaliver of Charlie Kirk. And I made all of these arguments. So now Jag is now talking about Candace Owens and talking about, oh no, why nobody ain't talking about how she's, trying to make a bag off the situation. I'm like, I've been saying that. So she's always like, and nobody wants to talk about that. Toots, I am talking about it. And that's where you're getting it from. You're always getting stuff from me. And then say, no one's talking about it. I've been talking about it. And go through my videos, go through my receipts. I've been talking about it, Jag. What are you talking about?
People are doing all kinds of things. It seems like there's a lot of people that are looking for attention or an easy payout in one way.
Exactly. They wait until you do all the work and then they copy. That's what they do. And just because I've been on my backup channel, Author Show Cafe, and I also have classes. But let's be clear, I'm still on the case. I'm still on the case.
And yeah, people need to be held accountable for their BS. And
here we are, guys. First things first. Grand Rising and good afternoon for those who it's afternoon, and good evening, and that Odell was regaling me with, and he's going to share some of the deets and the this and the that with us to give us a heads up into what's going on out there in the crazy cyber world, because the cyber world is a little nuts these days. We were taking some health days just to get better, feel better, get out the germs who want to party inside of you and do all kinds of weird stuff, and get back to just breathing easier, feeling good. You know how it is. There's a lot of people that are getting sick right now. So salute to everybody who's battling through a germ or this or that. And congratulations to those who skipped it. But I don't know who's here. Maybe we should shout everybody out before we get started. Hey, Auntie Leah. How you doing today? Mel Tucker is in the building. Tara's in the building. Mr. and Mrs. Davis is in the building. Yvonne Wildridge. Quiet One is in the building. Pat Blair. We got Cole Lee. We have some new members here too today. Hey, Phyllis Pryor, welcome.
Mo GG, what's up? Taylor
Hey,
McDonald.
Gigi. Stacy. Okay, well, yeah, and a lot of usual suspects. We got Luna in the building. Maya, Mo Gigi, yeah. It provides that whole, quick fix for those who are looking for attention. It provides that whole, I'm noticing right now in a lot of the world. Yeah, and a lot of usual suspects. We got Luna in the building. Maya, Mo Gigi, yeah. Got all, okay. And Melissa, hello, welcome. So, if there's one thing I'm noticing right now in a lot of the world, it's kind of weird because People are doing all kinds of things. It seems like there's a lot of people that are looking for attention, or an easy payout in one way or the other, and social media provides that.
So she says people are looking for attention and an easy way, to make money, and social media provides that. And I think the most easiest way is to get on here and be a fake whistleblower. You get paid for interviews, you get paid to lie, you get paid to make up stuff. You get paid, that's the life of Jag. Compared to other people that actually have to do research, get documents, get the facts, get to the bottom of real stuff. That's harder, right? So, Jag doesn't really have to do any of that. She can just go live and just make up stuff. So you're actually describing yourself.
Like, social media tends to provide that whole, I don't know, it's a little chillier than I thought. It provides that whole, quick fix for those who are looking for attention, quick revenue for those who are looking for easy cash out. And so we've been noticing some things. So Odell, do you want to just fill us in on what this is all about? Brick Lady? There's so much that I miss.
Brick Lady, aka Rosa Osman. She's a Somalian. I believe she's of Somalian descent from Texas. And I'll shout out a few people who I saw this case some time ago. It was about 2 years ago. On September 3rd in 2023, Houston police, they responded to an alleged aggravated assault involving this woman here. She claimed a man hit her with a brick because she refused to give him the number, right? Mm-hmm. And this was all at a club, and this was all, there's security cameras all over the place. I don't want to skip too far ahead, but essentially, she went to the hospital or emergency room, and she posted this. It looks like, she's about to grow a twin out the side of her face. And shout out to celebrity Daphne. She's been going in on just she's called the queen of accountability on Twitter. And I didn't know if I should give her I didn't know if I should give her a shout out or not, but she does good work. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, people need to be held accountable for their BS. And she went in and immediately called out this grift because the girl, Osman, aka Brick Lady, went on social media and immediately started posting video of her looking like this.
So let me actually show y'all what he's talking about real quick for the people that don't know. And yeah, let's put this up real quick. So this is actually Osman, okay? So what happened was in around September of 2023, she said that she was walking outside a club in Houston, and she said a man just threw a brick at her face because she refused his number. Okay, so y'all remember that story? She posted a live video of her by a hospital bed showing her injury, and the story went viral because, listen, she played into the whole thing where a lot of females say, you have an issue with rejecting people, and you reject a guy. Sometimes you reject a guy, they can be upset at the rejection. So she took that whole thing that a lot of women fear and worry about and made it into some story so people can feel sorry for her. So it went viral. And she also created a GoFundMe. Let me show y'all that real quick. A GoFundMe out the whole situation, child. A road to recovery, and I think she got like $43,000. It could be more. This was a screenshot right here, but she got a lot of money from that whole thing by saying that she was hit in the face with a brick after, rejecting this guy. $43,000. Yeah. So then she claimed that she was viciously attacked, and like I said, it gained traction and donations just came piling in. Oh my gosh. Now I will say this, when something happens like this, people unite, people band together, and people's like, girl, I got your back, I got you. People are all over the world like, listen, girl, we're gonna help you with the situation. This is so messed up. But then things got weird. Investigators saw the surveillance footage, and then it shows a totally different scenario. Okay, it did. And the fundraiser, like I said, may have been based on a false story. So then in January 2024, she was charged with felony theft by deception in Harris County, which is something totally different. And then she posted bond, and she has court dates and things about that situation. Okay. And no full trial has just started with that one. Okay. So with that whole situation, she said she was walking after leaving a club. A man asked for her phone number. She refused and then threw a brick at her head. She live screened from a hospital bed, like I said, showing that infamous photo right here. And that picture was circulating around. And then she was talking about being ignored. She said people were around and she was being ignored by bystanders. She was afraid for her life. And then look, when investigators started digging, they looked at surveillance camera footage and it shows Osmond and the man she later identified together in a vehicle after leaving the club. And according to charging documents, Osmond appears to hit the man first, and then the man hits her back with what appears to be a plastic water bottle, not a brick. And then her own friend told detectives she didn't believe a brick was used. And that GoFundMe had already raised pretty much like $40,000 for her recovery. And prosecutors say the story used to verify, to justify this whole thing was false. So it shifted from her being a viral victim of this brick incident to now an orchestrator of a fraudulent GoFundMe and a fundraising scheme. So she was charged in 2024 for this whole thing with felony theft by deception. So this is what it is: felony theft by deception, because she deceived the public into thinking that this was actually real and created this whole fund. And then she posted bond for $10,000. So like I said, I think I misspoke, whatever, but the felony theft by deception is for this case, as far as she's deceiving the public into thinking that she was injured. Okay. Her arraignment was scheduled back in 2024 as well. And like early, maybe March, April, around that time period. Okay. So this is what they are talking about right here. People making up stories to go viral. Now, what's interesting about it is Jag is saying people making up stories to go viral, but that's what Jag does. Press 1 in chat if you understand. Jag makes up stuff all the time to go viral. Sean Carter done it to me. He put a gun up to my head and told me the same. Sean Carter sexually assaulted me. Sean Carter, he sliced me with a box cutter. You know, Jag lies all the time. So, and to go viral, and she goes viral. She even went on the Blue Couch recently advocating and being an activist for Cardello Smith, Derek Cardello Smith, who's a rapist, who's in prison for being a rapist. She's advocating for a rapist, claiming to be a sexual assault activist at the same time. Okay? So now trying to go in on this person for making up fake stories to go viral, when that's all she does is scam and grift and make up stories to go viral. Yeah. So anyways, I just want to give y'all a brief rundown so y'all know what they're talking about.
People were like, oh my God, what happened? And she's like, there's some fool hit me in the face with a brick and you know, she got the sympathy and she got the GoFundMe, and here it is. You know, she raised over $40K, and this was all false because she did get hit. Apparently, I guess she got hit with a empty water bottle. The guy. There was some altercation, or there was some interaction. I'll say that. There was no audio, not that I know of, from what I remember in the beginning of the story. There was just audio. I mean, there was no audio, but there was a visual, and she was antagonizing the guy in the club, and he threw an empty water bottle at her, and in turn she turned and said it was a brick.
Can we slow it down for a second, because I'm kind of confused on a few things. Exactly, why did she have a GoFundMe?
Yeah, she basically said that she got attacked and she needed help.
Help for what?
So okay, the allegations that she throughout there. It went viral. The GoFundMe was created, and of course, she listed herself as the beneficiary.
No, I got all of that. She got hit in the face, and
allegedly.
Well, I mean, are we saying allegedly? I thought she went to the hospital, and I thought they said that there was evidence that she did get hit in the face, just not with a brick. She got hit in the face with an empty water bottle. I'm just trying to figure out why she needed the GoFundMe. What was the GoFundMe for? Does anybody know?
The GoFundMe was just for.
Jack, are you serious now? Obvious, it was for recovery. People do this all the time. They get injured and then they make a GoFundMe. People give them money for recovery. They're going to be out of work. They're going to be, people just feel sorry for the person. They just give them money. And she said it was for recovery. Why did you collect money for your police footage and you have never released the police footage? Where is the police footage at, Jack? You said you needed $2,500. You were going to release police footage. Press 3 if you remember in the chat. Press 3. She says she's going to release police footage once she obtained or gains garnered $2,500. At one point, she said, well, I have half the money, but I still need, the other half. And even then, years later, over a year later, there's no update. And there's no police footage that she released. So in that case, you're supposed to give everybody back their money. So when you got half the money, you're supposed to give that back if you're not going to carry it all the way out. Instead, Jack moves on to the next scam, which is Stupid GTV and other people that, she scammed or tricked out of money. And then that's it. Then no one hears any more about it. And then I think she said before, I think people were saying that she had salves, a product called salves, and people never got their order, and she blamed it on Goomba. So she moves from one scam and one grift to the next. So I don't see how she's calling out someone else for their grift. She's mirror on the wall. Who's the biggest grifter of them all? I think it's Jacqueline Suzette Wright, Jaguar Wright. Okay, has made a whole career. How long has Jag been a lying, fake whistleblower? That's her career, a fake whistleblower. That's your career. Your whole career is fake. And where are the 3 victims she said she rescued from Epstein Island? I'm still waiting for those victims. Where are they at? Where are all the Diddy freak-off tapes that you're supposed to have and Courtney Burgess is supposed to have? To be honest, when Diddy sued Courtney Burgess and Ariel Mitchell and News Nation, I got to check on that lawsuit. But when he sued those individuals, he should have sued Jag with them because she was also claiming some of the same allegations as Courtney Burgess. But obviously, Courtney Burgess got sued because he was all over the news. See, this is what's crazy, y'all. Listen. Courtney Burgess at least made the news because he had an attorney, Ariel Mitchell. They were everywhere, including on News Nation. Jag is so much of a fraud that even Tony Busby wasn't interested in her after he, realized that she was backpedaling on Jay-Z allegations. But Jag is not even believable enough to even get on like a national TV show or a news station like News Nation with her stories. All these social media platforms actually platform her. So at least bald-headed Courtney Burgess, her bald-headed twin, he made it to News Nation on TV, on news stations. Jag can't even make it to a credible TMZ article. Oh my gosh. So I mean, you're below Courtney Burgess. Courtney Burgess isn't even famous, but Jag is beneath him because he at least made it on News Nation and platformed him as having some sort of Diddy freak-off tapes. All her stories about Diddy freak-off tapes, she's not on News Nation, she's not on TMZ, she's not anywhere. She made TMZ by the time Ryan McKnight sued her, but that's about it. And then when Tony Busby was uninterested. Tony Busby has been interested in a lot of frivolous cases, but Jag's cases are so frivolous and so much of a lie that he's not even interested in her case because he knows she's a liar. He actually made a public announcement and said that he was not interested in taking Jag as a client. But he was interested in taking other people that are liars as a client. So he thinks that she's like a super like big fat liar to the point that he doesn't even want. If you get denied by Tony Busby, child, let me tell you, you have serious issues because even if Tony Busby, Ariel Mitchell wasn't really interested in Jag. So you get dismissed by all these lawyers that are known to take frivolous cases. They want to take your frivolous shit. Yeah, you got issues.
Her, look, she got hit in the
Was it
face, but
for
an empty water bottle's not going to
security?
do that.
No, I'm just
Well,
saying, was it for security? Was she needed to hire security for when she went out to the club? Did it
well,
create some kind of long lasting
let's not jump. Let me not jump ahead, because look, that's what I wanted to get into. What's like still ambiguous, because she went to the hospital. She went looking like that. She looked like, when Martin got beat up by Tommy Hearns. Y'all remember Martin, that episode. She went, and that's why I brought up Celebrity, because I think Celebrity brought up the fact that she had ran this scam before, and it was similar, where her face was all swole. And they're still not trying to. Go ahead.
If she got hit in the face with a brick, her eye would have been swollen up.
Oh, there would have been a gash too, right? Or you remember the Jay Leno picture that I had the other day?
There would have been some kind of abrasion. There would have been some kind of something.
It would look more like the Jay Leno picture. So facts, number one. And then, but Celebrity was able to bring up a case years prior where she was using, she either had some type of condition, or she injected herself with saline or something, I don't know, to get this effect on her face. But the people online were like, yo, you're scamming. So investigators, they saw the inconsistencies with her version of events. They went and ran the surveillance footage. They got statements from her friend. The GoFundMe narrative raised questions about whether the assault happened, and this was all
Yes, great point. When Jag had Legina, that's all she did was scam, because Jag knew that Legina was a liar. And then after everything was over, she said, oh, I knew she was a liar the whole time, but I wanted to kind of like expose her through some sort of DNA ancestry, or I wanted her to like come to some sort of revelation. I don't know, but Jag was really just going along. That's not how it went. She tries to rewrite history. She was actually trying to push it as real. She was saying that Legina looked like people in Aaliyah's family or R. Kelly's family, I think, one of them. And she was actually going along with the story and trying to push it as real, to try to use it for her Scamadelphia content. And then now, when everyone was exposing Legina for being a fraud, she flip-flopped. And also when Legina left her home to go stay with Genesis, she flip-flopped on Legina and try to out her at that point. And then they went back and forth. Y'all, that was so crazy, right? Because at first they were kind of like, Legina really wasn't popping off on Jag. But then later, Legina she started like getting out of body and like going out the Jag and like talking her shit. I'm like, okay, Legina, you talking a little faster than you usually do. That was hilarious. But yeah, shout out to Judy Coles. Thank you so much for the Cash App. As always, I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to Judy Coles. I appreciate the Cash App that you sent me. And everyone else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
Reported on The Independent. They ran that news article, and then they ended up basically saying, she's deceiving people. So they charged her with felony theft by deception. And then she posted bond for $10,000, and her trial starts Monday. Her trial starts Monday. Like I said, I know it's kind of like, dang, y'all see this picture and y'all like, what part of the game is this? And I wasn't trying to sensationalize it or anything like that, or even clown her, but I was just, it's just like, this is wild. It looks crazy when you look at it. It's like, this looks wild, but how did we get here? And like you say, if something just doesn't add up, it doesn't make sense. She got hit with a brick. It wouldn't be just, her eye would be bulged out too, right? Like it would look different.
I guess we got here just like we got here.
Well, let's not jump ahead. Let me wrap this up. The still ambiguous stuff. They were basically saying she had a previous incident in Minneapolis in 2020, and investigators they cited that incident, but the public reporting doesn't confirm the outcome. And like I said, police, private investigators, they basically said, hey, you're lying. We're going to take you to trial, take you to, there's a felony theft by deception, and it looks like she has to stand trial. But it's easy to just kind of run with the story. Like, and it was a black man, of course. Black man hit her in the face with a brick just to get the outrage. and people up in arms and get people to donate. She hustled 40.
Yeah, that is part of it. However, it's also people are going to obviously be supportive of anyone that shows up. Did you see her face and how her face looks like she got hit with a brick? People are going to be supportive. Any story that goes like to national news and someone is really injured, people feel empathetic towards a person, is going to get money. Okay, everyone knows that. And like I said, what's interesting is that y'all are talking about people grifting and grifting. When I guess this video is about people grifting, but y'all two are grifters. So it's like right message, wrong messenger. Okay, that's what it's giving me.
Okay. Yeah, and like you said, attention is the new currency. I mean, she got bread too. She got 40K, but I don't know, is it worth it? I don't know how many years she's facing, because if she gets convicted, she's definitely going to be looking at some time.
See, this is the thing. There are so many people that get away with doing exactly what she did online every day. Every day. Like, there's people on YouTube right now that's pulling the same kind of stunts and hustling money, just like she did every day.
Mm-hmm.
That's the wild part about it, because she's probably somewhere crying about how unfair it is that this is happening to her. And to a certain extent, she's actually telling the truth. She's actually being honest. It is kind of unfair. It's kind of unfair that a grift that everyone else is running, and they're monetized all the way, she's being held accountable for it. Meanwhile, nobody else is. It's just interesting.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is. And like you
they're
say,
making
people,
an example out of her. That's what it sounds like to me. They're making an example out of her.
people do this all the time in this day and age. You're right. And yeah, they're going to make an example out of her. I guarantee she'll get some time, because if you got investigators and you got the police department.
Is this her first offense where she's been charged with this? Because the truth is, this happened in Houston. There's a lot of fraud that goes on down in Houston. I'm curious to see how this turns out. I think we should just table this for a second and see how it turns out, because I'd be willing to bet that she's going to get like very little time. She's going to have to pay restitution, and she's going to have to do a lot of community service, and she's going to be on probation for like ever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure.
Now, what about you, Jacqueline Suzette Wright? What about what you're gonna be on? Press 4 in the chat if you still know. Why is Jag still talking about other people's criminal stuff and what they have happening? Their criminal stuff. When Jaguar Wright is wanted out of Dallas County, Texas, for 2 felony active warrants. She has two active warrants out of Dallas, Texas. So every time you say something about someone else's criminal record and what they have going on criminally, I'm like, you have 2 active warrants. So I think you need to be focused on that, because at any moment when you're pulled over, if you're driving, which I don't think you drive, but I don't know if you're driving right now. I think Dusty might be driving or whatever. But the point is, you get pulled over or something happens with you, with police, you're going to jail because you have 2 active warrants and you're in the system.
That might be the outcome, because yeah, it's but they're definitely going to make an example. But yeah, we'll table it. We'll see. But the trial starts this week, so we'll see how that play out.
There's a lot of stuff going on in courts. There's all kinds of court stuff that's happening these days. But there's a theme to today. Now, y'all saw the thumbnail. But the underlying theme to what we're discussing today and everything that we're talking about today is
we're supposed to be talking about your girl. You about to jump over and we're supposed to be talking about her. Remember?
Okay, we can talk about her. We can skip to that, because the truth is that's not a lot. There's not a lot to talk about there.
Okay. Your girl, Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
So continuing with this theme, Candace Owens. Now,
so continuing with the theme of grifting and cloud chasing and whatever else, let's talk about Candace Owens. And let's talk about how no one has said that Candace Owens is a conspiracy person that does conspiracy content to grift and to cloud chase. Let's say that no one has talked about it, but press 2 in the chat if that has been my topic. I've been saying that about Candace since she started this Charlie Kirk and also the Macrones. Wait, let's go back to the Macrones. I've said it since she was even like when I started talking about this whole thing in the Macrones. that Candace Owens is, you know, she does these types of stories, conspiracy, mystery, like, oh my gosh, Bridget Macron is a man. Emmanuel Macron is her gay lover. Like, oh, no one wants to ask Bridget Macron this question, but I will. Does she pee? Wait, when she's, well, does she pee when she stands? Like, does she stand to pee or whatever? Still trying to, you know, imply or insinuate that she's a man. And I've said that she the only reason she stopped talking about those people, the Macrons, is because they have sued her. They sued her. And there's an active lawsuit. And she recently had filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit. And she pretty much was saying that she had wrapped up that Becoming Bridget series, whatever. So with that being said, now Jag wants to say no one wants to talk about how Candace is cloud chasing or grifting off the situation to take over what I've been saying. I've been saying that. It's nothing new. Okay. So yeah. So now she's acting like, oh, it's new. No, you're months behind. Okay.
You got more information and more insight on what's been going on with her as of recent, but
I guess
me being on the outside looking in, I'm looking at it like, yeah, they're just, it's about her credibility right now. They're attacking her credibility.
And that's where this conversation gets really weird for me, because I don't understand what's there to attack. I don't. I do not understand what there is to attack. When it comes to Candace Owens, I keep telling people there's something very, very, very off and dangerous about what she's doing. Not only that.
No. What you see and recognize about Candace Owens is that I compared you two. I made comparisons between you and Candace Owens that you both of you lie for content. You put out fake stories and fake narratives and conspiracy stuff for content. So you're one and the same. So I don't see how you can speak on Candace Owens. The thing is that Candace Owens has a different target audience or target demographic. She reaches for a different audience. You reach for like people that are into celebrity news, celebrity tea, celebrity rumors, celebrity gossip, celebrity whistleblowing. She leans into the political and politics. People, like politics, and topics about, international affairs, domestic. She reads more to political topics. So that's the difference between you two. And then she's also smarter, and she's also more convincing. She's more convincing, because when you're someone like her that's in a political sphere and you have backing from political people and different people are backing you and supporting you, and you have more recognition and a bigger platform, you have more credibility. So she has more credibility. Now, what I said before is that now that she's going down this path more and more with the Macrons, and even with this whole Charlie Kirk situation, she's actually going to ruin her credibility. She's going to tank. And things are not going to go well for her if she keeps up with the Charlie Kirk. And that's why I believe she said that she paused the whole conversation due to a gag order. And that's not really true. She doesn't really have a gag order from a court. I looked at the docket. I'm not seeing any gag order that would pertain to Candace Owens being silenced from this. Now, what could have happened is maybe, his wife maybe had, because before Candace said she would stop if the wife said something, or maybe Candace is just trying to pretend that she's stopping because of the gag order, but it's other reasons. She's afraid of being sued. I don't know. But Candace Owens is claiming to have a gag order, which I will go over that information later. But so she has kind of ceased right now as far as her Charlie Kirk content, but she says she's going to pick back up and she's going to restart doing that type of content, but we will see. Okay, but for everyone out there following the Candace Owens updates, I will be going over her recent videos up to the point where to debunk her videos on Tyler Robertson, she believed that he's not the actual unaliver in that case, and I believe he is. So I will be going over her videos, video by video, the one she has already done since I have been gone for the last 2 weeks. So I'm going to catch up on all of that, okay? But at the end of this live, I will go over the Charlie Kirk documents that I do have, and also the whole thing about her being under a gag order.
It's just weird. It's weird. She's getting a pass in so many different ways that most people just don't get past. Like you're sitting here for 6 weeks. You've been taking us down the Charlie Kirk rabbit hole in honor and in the name of your friend. She's accused everybody in one way or another for being responsible for Charlie Kirk. She's talked about the young man that they've arrested. First, he had an accomplice, then it wasn't him. Then it was this, then it was that, then it was Israel, then it was this, then it was that, then it was this, then it was that, then there were bad actors. He had no real friends. Then there were text messages. It's like some kind of scavenger hunt. And everybody's running around looking for little eggs to see if they find something real inside. I don't get it. But to go through all of that, to get to you insinuating that it's Trump and the FBI, and then talking about, well, when they give you a holiday and they name a street after you, that's the signature sign that you've been taken out by the government. How the hell is she getting away with saying this?
Man, that's my question.
If I were to say something like this, my channel would be shut down. I would be demonetized immediately. She's going back to podcasting to her little desk on Monday. There's a gag order. I think it's beyond trying to stay relevant.
There's no gag order. So that's the whole thing with Jag. She just goes by, what she thinks or what she believes. She doesn't actually have really any receipts of what she's saying. You have to vet the information, not just believe it. Also, some of the things you just mentioned are actually not accurate as far as what she has said or stated as well. So let's talk about this gag order really quickly. On October 19, 2025, Candace Owens wrote this. She took to her Twitter and she stated, don't worry about the gag order in the Charlie Kirk case. I plan to violate it on the world's behalf. So on the world's behalf, she plans to violate the gag order in the Charlie Kirk case. Okay, so she's pretending like she's this vigilante for justice for Charlie Kirk, that she's the one that's going to violate the gag order. She's going to be on the front line. She's going to solve this case. She's going to expose everyone. There's a big conspiracy. There's a big cover up. Benjamin Netanyahu is something involved in the situation. She's going on and on about this. And she says, the things I've discovered this past week are enough to burn the house down. Yes, Charlie was betrayed by everyone. And she says by everyone. People are, of course, saying, but who is everyone? Who is everyone? Because, and by everyone. So what I will say, the difference between Jag and Candace Owens, another difference, Candace Owens is smart enough to know how to keep people on the edge, a cliffhanger. She uses her smartness or her intelligence to fool the masses or fool a lot of people. I've always said the people that are smart, they can use their smartness and their intelligence for good or bad. And baby, the moment they decide to use it for bad, everyone is in trouble, because these people can be charismatic and quite convincing, because people are going to wonder, how can someone be so smart be wrong? If you're smart and you're intelligent, you have to be right about what you say. You have to be correct. You can't. How no, it sounds too, you're too intelligent to be stupid. But that's where they get you, is because a lot of people use their smartness and their intelligence for things like this to manipulate people and to fool the masses or fool people. Those people could actually have a cult following. They have a cult following of people that will follow anything they say. Now, I will say, does Jag have a cult following of people that believe everything she says without a receipt? Yes. However, she won't be able to fool people that actually are, certain people. Candace has the ability to fool people, even people that are quite educated, people that you wouldn't expect will be fooled. She's able to fool people. Jag, up to a certain point, she's not going to be able to fool certain people that are wanting certain receipts or facts or certain evidence. Candace knows how to, even when evidence is against her, she knows how to still fool people despite the evidence that, she'll have you arguing over a receipt, of what it actually shows. So she can try to argue even a lie. Jag's not so much. Like, once you have a receipt or you expose certain things, it kind of takes her a little bit. She doesn't really know how to argue. She tries to avoid a receipt. Candace will actually have a receipt and she'll argue with the receipt. Jag, there will be a receipt and she'll try to avoid it or deflect or hide from it.
Yeah.
I think it's beyond that. I don't think relevancy is something that she's worried about. I think she's worried about being effective. Now, I have my own particular views and thoughts on what I think. And guess what? I'm not going to say them. I'm not. Because unlike her, I will not be protected. Unlike her, I won't get a pass. To hear someone ask Megyn Kelly what they think about what Candace is saying, and she gives her a glowing accolade. Oh, well, Candace is some people's cup of tea and not some people's cup of tea, just like me. I'm some people's cup of tea and not some people's cup of tea. But I believe that Tyler Robinson is the person that took out Charlie Kirk, and I've seen all of the evidence, and they've showed me this and they've showed me that. And I just think that Candace is really sad and grieving because she really loved Charlie. But I believe this. Which is kind of wild. Because Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson were backing Candace up in her, Israel had something to do with it. Israel had something to do with it. Israel had something to do with it.
They were backing her?
Yeah, they were agreeing.
Wow.
To a certain extent. They were kind of going along with it, saying that they were validating her, that the Jewish donors were coming down on Charlie, that the Jewish donors were doing this. They were backing her, that there was a lot of pressure. That they were corroborating her. I don't get it. And the thing I'm not understanding is when are we going to get sick and tired of the Candace Owens shuffle? Because that's what this is. In my opinion, as far as I'm concerned, backed by my First Amendment right and all of that to free speech, I think it's all diversion.
I think you're right.
I think it's all diversion. My question is, there were people that were saying that her and Charlie weren't really that close to friends. That she was, nobody has jumped out there and just said it as plain as she's clout chasing off of his passing.
So Jag, as always, cannot think of her own ideas or her own talking points or rhetoric or anything else. So she says no one has said anything about her clout chasing off of Charlie Kirk's passing and death and this whole situation. And then, of course, go back to my videos over a month ago. I'm saying this. So this is not an original thought in that big old bald head of hers. Her bald head has no original thoughts. It's all Dani's thoughts and Wendy Williams and 50 Cent and Jackie Jasper from the old blogs. Everybody else's thoughts and opinions and talking points are swirling around in her big old gigantic head and no thought of her own. So, Jad, this will be something, if you actually were the first one to say it, but you're not. You're just, again, regurgitating and being a parrot of Dani Robertson. You did it with Lamisha Fuller. You did it with Courtney Burgess. You did it with the Kim Porter situation. You are always doing the same thing. Listening to what I have to say and then going on your platform or on the Blue Couch or at Sean Atwood or these other platforms to regurgitate and parrot what I've said.
Because of all the people that's been making Charlie Kirk content since his passing, I think it would be fair to say that she's probably made the most money.
So yeah, that's going to pocket watching. You're pocket watching Candace Owens, and has she had a lot of views and made a lot of money? That's her whole goal, and I've already said that Candace Owens' goal. And to be honest, that is where the money is. If you actually want to be on YouTube making money, it is to be salacious, to have a conspiracy, to have a mystery, and to have something unsolved. If I go right now and I just say Tyler Robinson is the unaliver and the shooter for Charlie Kirk, and I have the documents, and that's it. People are going to be like, okay, case closed. Okay, that's boring. Because now, what is that? That's just, I'm giving you the facts, I'm giving you the information, I'm giving you the receipts on what we have. But that's not going to be what's entertaining. What's going to be entertaining, if I were to be this type of creator, a Candace Owens or a Jag or others, and I went to my microphone and I said, and anyone can do this type of content, I can easily say Charlie Kirk was not unalived by Tyler Robinson. The government is behind this. There's cover-ups happening. Things are being hidden. Websites are being scrubbed. Things are being deleted. People are not talking. And I am going to be looking into this and investigating it, because let me tell you, Charlie Kirk was my friend. And I post pictures of him being friends or hanging out together. And I have messages as some sort of insider. I'm an insider to this, insider to that. And and he, even despite all the DNA evidence and all the surveillance footage, and the mom and the dad speaking and the roommate speaking, saying it's Tyler Robinson, I'm going to say that it's all a lie, and everything you've been told by the FBI, Kash Patel, FBI director, everything is a lie. And I am going to find the truth, because I'm going to tell you right now, there is no way Tyler Robinson, a scrawny little 22-year-old, can be the unaliver that actually shot precisely Charlie Kirk. There's no way. He does not have that much, I can go on and on, and people won't believe it, because no one really wants to believe it's, Tyler Robinson, a scrawny 22-year-old actually shot and unalive Charlie Kirk. No, if I want to go into Benjamin Netanyahu, there's some unknown, that was an assassination, that was an assassin, someone highly trained, military, someone older. That fits the more narrative of who people might think unalive Charlie Kirk is someone like an assassin, a trained assassin. Think of some movie of an assassin. So that's who people would prefer to be the unaliver. And also maybe someone that is foreign, someone that is, someone that isn't white. There are a lot of things people look for when they actually think about who they want the shooter or the assassin to be. And it's not Tyler Robinson. So for all those people that doubt that it's Tyler Robinson, she has now drawn them into it. Yeah, you're right, y'all. It's not Tyler Robinson, and we're going to solve it. We're going to investigate this, and we're going to figure out who the actual unaliver is and what's the cover up. Now that's when it becomes interesting, because now everyone's going to be trying to investigate or look into who the actual unaliver is. And that's when that brings you more money, that brings you more views, it brings you more attention, it's more juicier, it's more salacious. There's a mystery here, compared to if I just go to my microphone like I do and say, oh, it's Tyler Robinson, and this is the DNA, this is the evidence, this is the mom statement, this is the roommate statement, this is the father statement, this is that, and tangible factual evidence. and concrete receipts or what's happening. And then now that's not going to be as entertaining. So Jag and Candace Owens, they actually run their channels and their content to cater to the more mysterious, mystique, undercover, people are hiding things, secretive audience, and that is more juicier. And to be honest, on YouTube, more salacious and more clickbait worthy than just getting to the bottom of the real receipts and the real truth and the real evidence of situations.
You know what? Let's count. Let's pocket watch.
Let's do it.
Right back. Let's pocket watch a little bit.
Let's do it.
Because people love pocket watching everyone, don't they, these days?
I mean, you're not an original hater if you're not pocket watching.
My bad. I just needed to grab one of my other devices. So let's be clear here. If I go and I pull up her channel, let's look at how much money. Let's just look at the views. How about that? How about we look at the views? And let's go back before Charlie Kirk. I mean,
y'all, I am so done. Like, I can literally tell y'all right now, I can go in my archive and pull up my video. Press 3 of you right here. I can literally pull up my video where I went to Candace Owens' channel and I said, let's pull up her video on her channel. Y'all, this is like deja vu. Like, what the hell? I went to her channel. I said, let's look at her previous videos. I might actually do it. I said, look at her previous videos when she was talking about Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron. And look at the views, and then let's see the changes or not changes. I literally did the same thing. Y'all, this is Jag. You need to stop. I might actually pull, you know what? I might actually try to look up my video now and see when I did that, because that will show y'all, listen. Jag, this is ridiculous at this point. I literally did the same thing. So she really just going down the line of my itinerary. Oh my God, this is so weird. Please don't be weird. So stop being weird.
Well, if we run it back, I was talking about credibility because the most recent incident that I can remember attached to Candace was the situation with Macron. And she said some outlandish things about his wife. There was supposed to be some litigation going on. And then all of a sudden, we don't hear too much about that. Supposed to have some ties to the White House.
Talking.
You don't hear much about it because she filed the motion to dismiss it. And she's not going to really talk about that no more because she's being sued. And anything she says now can be used against her, because in her motion to dismiss, she said she had stopped making the Becoming Bridget series. So if she keeps on making videos, it's not going to look good for her. She's saying that she has stopped. So when Charlie Kirk came about and he was on a live, that gave her new content. And at first, I believed that she was just going to show how, their pictures together and their videos together, just to, she made that into content. And when that went viral and got a lot of attention and it got millions of views, I think that's when her alarm bell went off. And it was like, oh my gosh, I can actually switch from Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron and switch to Charlie Kirk, because she saw those views raking in. And it was getting about just about the same amount or more views as the Bridget Macron series. So that's why she switched over.
He's not talking about Brigitte Macron at all anymore.
I know.
At all. It's so funny. When I first started questioning why she was so concerned with matters that had absolutely nothing to do with American politics or with American tragedies or any of that. I'm just trying to figure it out. It was Macron. 2.2 million views. Now, when she speaks about American issues that aren't so great, it sticks to somewhere around 1 million views. The United States of Israel, 1.1 million views. 1 million views. Okay. I just got subpoenaed. Like, she's always like really, really, really on these hot button. Oh, Brigitte Macron, 3.6 million views. Brigitte Macron, 1.2 million views. And then Epstein. Those Epstein numbers started really going down. And then Brigitte Macron sues me for defamation.
It's defamation, not deformation, like deform. And here we go. Like, I'm actually gonna see if I can find what video I did on Candace Owens. Because when I play that, you'll be like, oh my gosh, yeah. So, because people are listening, but they're like, are you really serious that Jack does this? I am literally serious. I might actually go through some of my videos previously where I called out Jack for the same behavior from court. Like, I will mention that she's doing this, but I actually won't really show, like, go back, because I feel like it's petty to do that. But to be honest, it might be time now to actually make a whole video, like, to show a timeline of Jack doing this to me. I make a video, I give, like, I go step by step of what I'm doing, and then she literally just copies my whole program. And it's creepy, okay? And to be honest, she's not the only one that does that. I feel like a lot of people do that. They use me as their idea. Like, I'm the person that gives them talking points or ideas or things to bounce off of, or to follow, or to copy. But usually when that happens, you give people credit. You don't act like it's original or something new. You credit your source or your something. You definitely don't act like it's something new to you, though.
Now let's take a look at when this video was. This was 3 months ago. That kicked up the second that she got sued. 2.4 million views, right back up.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's just be clear, 2.4 million views for one video, that's about like 25 grand.
Is
Am I
it?
wrong?
Not that. You might be right.
It's somewhere between, like, all depending on how the monetization works. We're talking about anywhere from 17.5 to 25 million bucks. Especially if you're adding in all of those super chats that she gets, and she gets tons of them. So yeah. So then, all right. So here we go. 3 months.
Now, that's one thing I realized too on YouTube more and more. All of my enemies do the same thing to me. It's pocket watching. All people do is pocket watch. Who gets super stickers? Who gets cash apps? Who gets fan funding? Who has members? Who has memberships? And that's the goal all the time, is to pocket watch others and take other people down, and to monitor other people's finances. That's what people do. Okay, so Jag is a big key player, but I notice that every time any of my enemies talk about me, they're always talking about members, Avengers, fan funding, support. That's all they ever talk about, and in all my different channels I have. Yeah, so now, of course, Jag is really focused on Candace Owens. Yes, I say that Candace Owens is a cloud chaser. She's doing this for money. But am I actually going to her chat, watching her super stickers, like, oh, who sent her a super sticker? How many super stickers? Jag and my ops do that all the time, watching for super stickers, watching for fan funding, watching for cash out, watching for some sort of support, watching for memberships, watching. They're always, I'm not watching other people's stuff like that. I might say they're cloud chasing, but I'm not going to be all that far deep into their, like, watching their platform in that way, monitoring every single donation. That's what they do.
From the time that she's getting sued, 2.4 million views. She pops back to the Epstein, that goes down a little bit, comes back to Macron, 2 million views. So we're talking about damn near another 20K there. So that just in itself, 2 videos, we're talking about almost 50K.
Yeah.
Okay, so then she goes back talking about Epstein again. Oh, presents proof that that's 1.8. This is when she first starts getting into all of the proof. 1.8 million. Like, I'm just sitting here looking. And then Israel, Brigitte Macron, back to that 1.8, insane update, 1.4 million, Macron. And then it starts to go down a little bit. Drama Club reunion, Macron, Zelensky, that's just a little under 1 million. Macron gives his victim, okay, 1.3 million. Like, she was living on this.
Mm-hmm.
1.8 million, 1.4 million. And then as that starts to die down, Charlie Kirk. So just off of this whole Macron thing, we're talking about at least damn near like 15 million views.
Yeah.
15 million views, even if you're averaging the YouTube payout at 7,000 to 10,000 per million, I'd be talking about it too. If I could get away with doing stuff like this and not being suppressed, not having my channel demonetized, nothing. Now, let's just be clear. What's going on with the case?
Yeah, what's going on with the case? So I'm gonna be showing some of my videos, not all, just to show a pattern of behavior. And this is actually one I did 3 weeks ago. Well, it's almost gonna be a month ago, September 28th, 2025. So there's a couple videos. So September 28th, 2025 is when I did this video on Candace Owens. It has 73,000 views, and Charlie Kirk is in the building. So let's listen to a little, like 2 minutes, and then I'm going to show another video as well. This Sunday morning, I have my coffee because I definitely want to talk about Candace. She has millions of followers, she gets millions of views, and she's lying. But to be honest, as time goes on, I'm starting to realize that when things are sensationalized, salacious, juicy, and there's a conspiracy, like, oh my gosh, who done it? Then it definitely gets more views. So I said right there that Candace Owens is lying about this Charlie Kirk stuff, and then she's doing it for money and for views. So let's wait 1 second. And photos of her and Charlie Kirk, it went viral, and everyone was talking about and discussing it, and she got millions of views. Almost, it seemed like a lot of views equivalent or even more. I gotta go look, to be honest, to make sure, but definitely in the millions, similar to her Bridget Macron. So, oh my gosh, I don't have to talk about a risky topic, the Macrons, anymore. I can talk about Charlie Kirk. So that's when I believe she came up with a new idea and a new conspiracy, because that's what she's doing now, conspiracy topics, to now focus on Charlie Kirk. So do I believe about this some sort of love interest for Charlie Kirk? No, I believe that she has a family, she's trying to profit, and she wants to make money in a bag off of it. And this is how she's going to do it. And to be honest, Candace knows how to move from one topic to the next and make a bag off of these conspiracies. It's working. I see it. I see exactly what she's doing, okay? And it's working because she's getting millions of views. She has a new topic, and she doesn't have to talk about the Macrons anymore to get these views. She can talk about Charlie Kirk. And because, you know, she has inside information as it pertains to some things, not all things. See, she wants to conflate the two. She wants people to believe that she has inside information to his actual unaliving and his actual personal life. She doesn't have inside information to his actual unaliving, because that will be law enforcement in their investigation. How then use that as her content, because she saw it got millions of views, similar to her becoming. Now, if you have one topic that's getting millions of views, your objective is obviously going to switch to another topic that will get you the same, the equivalent, the same amount of views. And that's what I believe she did. She saw it got millions of views, and she saw that she actually had knowledge of this topic as well, at least some insider knowledge or closeness, proximity to Charlie Kirk to be seen as someone somewhat credible. That her
on YouTube, and he
make sure you actually I'm gonna show that. I showed that one. Now I'm gonna show another one where I actually went to her channel as well, so you can see where Jag copied me when I went to. So this was again over about a month ago, and I actually said that she's cloud chasing and making a bag off the situation. This is nothing new. Jag already knows I made this video, and then now she's trying to act like this is something new when she watches me okay? And then now the one I'm gonna really pop her because I'm gonna show you a video that I made going to Candace Owens' channel and going over the video views and making comparisons between the Bridget McCrone video views and the other one. And know what? From now on, Jack, I'm gonna start popping you. I'm not gonna like just say you're doing it. I'm just gonna show everybody in the live my videos that you're stealing from. Okay, and that what you're copying. Okay. Yeah, that's how it's gonna go from now on. Tuts. Okay, Tuts, that's what I'm gonna be doing. You're gonna be pop live. So I suggest you stop doing it. Find someone else to get your content from, okay?
That was all anyone could talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Candace is on break until this Monday. But she was over there doing her book club, and it was able for people to clip it all up of her. No, notice she didn't accuse the president and the FBI lightweight of taking out Charlie Kirk on YouTube. She did it on another platform and then allowed other people to clip it up so that they could run with it. So her image, her brand could still go viral and she not be held accountable for it here on this space.
Yeah.
Oh, I know her husband is caked up. I know that. I'm not, trust me. We're just talking about the integrity of someone's work and the monetary, I don't know, I guess. See, it's funny because we were just talking about this girl who's going to court this week for gaslighting the public into believing something that wasn't real. I mean, that's the gist of the story with the brick lady, right?
Right.
Something happened and she was able to gaslight the public. She was able to gaslight the public into giving her money for something that wasn't accurate, allegedly. So much so that she's being charged by the authorities where she lives in Houston, Texas, and she's being put on trial and she's being deception.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Fraud by deception is the charge.
Exactly.
So we're talking about 15 million views for the McCrone story, which she said she wasn't getting off of. She wasn't going to stop talking about it. She was going to stay on it. Meanwhile, she was asking her audience to help raise money and to buy her t-shirts and to do all of this stuff because she didn't have the money to be able to pay off. And let's be clear, the lawsuit from the McCrones against her that's being held where her LLC was in Delaware, okay, it's for $250 million. That's even more than her husband is worth.
And are you getting this information yourself with your own receipts, or something tells me you got it from my video when I went over the court documents? Where are your court documents at? Because I'm not. Where are your court documents? Did you get the court documents yourself, or did you listen to my video of me reading over the court documents?
That's even more. That's 100,000 more.
Yeah.
Than her husband is worth.
Yeah.
Fraud by deception? Now let's be clear. The last we heard about it, Brigitte McCrone came forward and said she was willing to give medical evidence that she was born a female. Haven't heard anything since then. Candace Owens isn't talking about it at all. Has anyone not noticed? Is anyone other than me noticing that?
That's what I was saying.
And could you guys do me a
girl,
favor?
like Jack, I'm sick of you right now, Jack. Please stop. Listen, if you want to use me as your person that you get your talking points from, or your ideas and next stuff that you want to discuss, like you don't really just like talk about what I'm talking about. You literally just go play by play of how I'm doing it. So I want to be, I want to be, I want to be compensated. I need to be paid. If I'm going to be your person that gives you ideas, and that goes for anyone. If I'm the one that gives you ideas and I'm the one that you're just repeating and copying what I'm saying in my lives, then I deserve to be paid. Because I'm your brain. Like I'm literally being your brain. Like I'm the one that come up with ideas and the what I'm gonna like the play-by-plays and the itinerary and the schedule and the setup. Then you need to be paying me. Okay, pay me. because now I'm actually going to pop you again with what you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to show a video I made over a month ago on September 20th on, you know, the situation with Candace Owens. Okay, so wait a second here. So let's go to this video. I'm going to show you where I actually pause my live and I tell people, let's go to her channel. And let's go over the views from her channel from the time she's talking about Bridget McCrone to Charlie Kirk. So let me go pull this back up. So this is actually a video right here. And as you can see, it says September. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it says September 20th, 2025. And that video has 107. And this is probably why Jag copied, because it has 107,000 views. 107,000. It has a lot of views. So I think that Jag saw those views and those numbers because they pocket watched me and they watched my numbers. And she said, oh, I know. Let me talk about the topic because that got Dani views. So let me talk about it. So then she wanted to talk about it. And by the way, since I made that video, I could have easily kept on talking about this and this topic, but I still switch topics. I switch topics all the time. It doesn't really matter about how many views I get. I go live and talk about what I want to talk about. If I get 1,000 views, so be it. If I get 70,000, so be it. My point is, I want to log in and talk about whatever I want to talk about, and then whatever views I get is whatever views I get. But at least I didn't just log in and just talk about something that I was uninterested in. So now I'm gonna actually play this video. So I said, let me go check her channel. And let's go ahead and play this. And Jag is about to be popped. Hold on. Something. So let me actually check her channel. Like, she's gaining subscribers, yes. Let me actually check the dislikes on her videos. Okay, so let's actually go to her channel real quick, but then we'll come back off. So right now, I got to like 54 minutes into that video. So we'll pick back up. But I want to show y'all this. Let's look at her channel to see what it's doing. So she has about 6 videos on Charlie Kirk, with the last one being on the 19th. Now, to be honest, the Becoming Bridget videos that have stuff about Bridget, she made a Becoming Bridget, MK Ultra, and the French Gold Rush was like 12 days ago. And then Becoming Bridget, the God of Amiens or something like that, was 11 days ago. And then there was nothing for maybe 2 days, and then it was to my friend Charlie Kirk, and then it started now to switch over to Charlie Kirk. Now, what I will say is her views on Bridget were still good, almost like about 1 million views per video. So it had kind of simmered down, like she was getting almost 2 million, then it simmered down to mostly like around maybe 1 million mark, or around that. I would say about maybe 1.5 average. So now with Charlie Kirk, now she's seeing 6.4 million views, 8.4 million, 5.4 million, 4 million. She's seeing higher numbers with Charlie Kirk. Obviously, this is something recent with these views. Now, let me be clear, Jag. From now on, I'm not even gonna wait and just try to make a compilation or whatever, compile everything. I'm just gonna pop you live. Every time you go live, you're copying my topics, and you're actually not just talking about the same thing, but you're actually doing play-by-play of what I'm doing. And you're saying, no one has talked about this. Nobody has talked about this. Nobody has said this. But I literally said that she's cloud chasing off of Charlie Kirk. I literally said that how she stopped talking about Bridget McCraw and switched to Charlie Kirk because she's cloud chasing and making views and making money off this. I went to her, I said, let's go to her channel and look at the views and can make comparisons and what she's doing on the platform. I did all this already a month ago, over a month ago. So stop talking about no one is talking about this. Like, you're a complete fraud. So admit that I'm your brain and I'm your source. Jag wants to be my friend. Oh, Jag, you want to be my friend. See, a lot of my enemies always try to act like I'm stupid, I'm dumb, and I'm this or I'm that. But all of my enemies, press one if you understand that all of my enemies literally just sit back and they all copy me. They all copy me. That's all they do. They all just copy. And it's not, I love when people like use me as their inspiration. But you literally, y'all rag on me, y'all hate on me, y'all talk shit about me, y'all do all this shit to me. But then y'all all use me as your brain and y'all all copy me. It's weird. So if you hate me so much, you dislike me so much, and I'm so dumb, I'm so this, I'm so that, then why do you all copy me? Why do you all imitate me? Why do you all try to be me? It's weird. Get your own like material, your own stuff, or your own thing. And if you're gonna copy me, at least be my fucking fan. It's weird that if you're my fan and you copy me, that's great. If you're my hater and you're a copy of me, it's weird. Haters copying you is weird because, like, don't you hate me? If you hate me so much, then why are you trying to be me? It's weird. Now, I want to actually click on, let's say, 11 days ago, her last becoming Bridget video. And let's see the ratio.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. We are
the ratio of dislikes to likes. So anyways, Jag, what you're doing, I've already done it. You know, been there, done it, bought the t-shirt, next caller. So stop trying to act like this is your new, fresh idea and no one is talking about it. No one has done it when you're literally over a month behind, because I did this on September 20th and it's now October 25th.
But we really would appreciate if you could hit that like button. That would be great. We could use about 300 more likes. That would be awesome. I want everybody to think about that. It was Macron. Now, if anybody remembers, about 2.5 months ago, I was calling this person out for what she was doing. Now, all of this started teeter-tottering around the time that Nick Fuentes went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, on her and her husband.
And her husband. You want to know what's funny? I was looking at these two content creators, these two Southern women. One of them was from Texas, and they were sitting there talking about how Candace was gaslighting the public. And they were talking about how she's, stone mad crazy, and how I don't know, but I know now. They were making fun of that. These two white women and Southern white women, and they were sitting there and they were going in on Candace, and they were going in on Candace, and then they started talking about her marriage. And then they started talking about how her husband had done an interview talking about their courtship, which they said they thought was interesting because it wasn't a courtship at all. Matter of fact, they said that he was very adamant about the fact that while they were getting to know each other, that there was nothing romantic that happened between them at all. There was nothing romantic about their relationship at all. And then he just decided to ask her to marry him. And she said yes after 3 weeks. And then they started talking about how, Candace likes to say, what's the phrase that they use? It's just kind of fake and kind of gay.
What?
And then they started referring that back to her husband and saying that, everybody knows and can see exactly how gay her husband is.
God.
And how fake their marriage is. And then the one woman said, well, I mean, they have 4 children. And she was like, yeah, gay men can conceive children. She was like, and everybody can see what's going on. Everybody can see what kind of relationship they have. Like, these are the kind of open conversations that people in other spheres of social media are openly having about the Owens Farmer Union. These are the open conversations. Now it's funny because when I asked why this was happening, what was actually going on in the backdrop, when I'm asking what's really happening here, what's really going on, next thing you know, I start getting attacked by Candace bots. Candace bots showing up in my chat because I'm asking basic questions. Why are people attacking her marriage? Why are people attacking her platform? Why are people attacking her credibility? Yeah, the lavender marriage. You remember Quiet One.
I was about to say that, yo. I remember you said that.
And people were sitting there going off and, oh my God, Candace is amazing. Candace is great. Have you seen her Becoming Brigitte series? It's brilliant. Have you seen her research is impeccable? Have you seen? Well, apparently at least 15 million views worth of people have seen it. And that's about 150K. That's about 150K in revenue here on YouTube. And that's not including super chats. That's not including her paid endorsements that she.
Why are you pocket watching Candace, like to the point of the actual super stickers and super chats? It's one thing to mention that she's getting she's like cloud chasing or making money off of it. It's another to sit there and literally monitor her super chats and things. I bet Jag is sitting over there with her bald head, just sitting there watching Candace Owens, like, oh, she got she got a super sticker. And there's another one. I bet you're sitting there tallying it up and counting her super stickers and writing it down in your handy dandy notebook, just sitting there, just counting and just watching, just like you used to do everybody else. Like, I bet you sit up there just watching how much money is being donated to her, and you're jealous. You're jealous. That's why you keep on saying, if I were doing the same thing, I will be in trouble, or people will pop me, or people will say this or that about me if I were doing the same thing. You're jealous because you believe that Candace Owens gets away with stuff that you won't be able to get away with. And I can tell you why, because you're not as convincing. You're not as convincing, and you don't sound. It's the way she carries. I hate to break this up, but Candace Owens carries herself differently. She carries herself with like more class. She makes sure that she's presentable, like she's putting herself together. She's not gonna show up on her live podcast with a hoodie on, a bald head that's not done, with a little, Mr. T or blade hairstyle. She's not gonna show up on camera looking crazy and like, oh, I don't gotta wear no makeup, but then needing something done to your face. At least wash your face. She's not gonna show up with dingleberries in the crack of her booty. So she's more classier presenting, putting herself together, more poised. She's not going to be burping and spitting on her live and spitting all over the sidewalk. So you want to make a comparison between yourself and Candace Owens? You go around spitting. You were spitting on the sidewalk, on the walls. You're just spitting anywhere you could possibly, on the carpet. You were spitting towards the TV because you were mad at someone talking about you. Just being gross. Then you go live and you're smoking, just lighting up, saying you're jagging out, acting unhinged. You do a lot of things that she would not do. So now you're taking it as a joke. You're seeing it as a joke. I'm just being real. You're trying to act like you are just like two peas in a pod, but y'all both are conspiracy people. She's getting more and more towards conspiracy, but she's not. She's more believable because of how she presents herself. And then on top of that, she comes up with, she was not the first one to come up with the becoming like Bridget McCrone story. The Bridget McCrone thing was actually started by someone first internationally. She wasn't the first one to say that, but she was like the first one in the United States to make it really big and a real topic. So she's also more, I don't really see that Candace Owens will be online stealing my ideas. Like, I think that she would come up with her own ideas and her own spin to certain situations because she's smart enough and clever enough to come up with her own plan or her next itinerary or her next plan or her next thing. Jag, on the other hand, she's just going around trying to steal from other people and act like it's new. So there's a lot of differences between you two. But the presentation is definitely something. If Jag walked in with a hoodie on, looking all crazy and jagged out, looking sweaty and funky and pissy and stinky and funky and not put together, she's not gonna get an audience of people that are more poised and classy or more put together and more that will, you know, she's not gonna be as believed and taking that seriously. Like who would want a lawyer presenting them showing up sweaty and stinky looking? A lawyer presenting that comes in there with their suitcase. They are well put together, well groomed, and they, you know, they're not spitting everywhere. You're gonna be like, oh my God, that, you know, that's the lawyer you would want to represent you. Jag versus Candace Owens showing up to represent me. Let me see, any, many, mighty, mo. Who would I want to represent me? Candace, more presentable, more, you know, cunning, believable, using her intelligence in a way to, you know, a certain way. Jag, yeah, I pass. And also, I don't think Candace Owens would go to a crab shack at the Naful. I don't think she would be in a Bossier County, Louisiana pool, pissing in the pool, and going to a house, swatting in a house. I don't think she'll be on a run with 2 felony warrants. I don't even think she would wear a bald-headed mohawk-looking hairstyle. Like, it's just a lot going on. I'm not trying to be mean or whatever. I'm just being realistic here. So I think that Jag probably wants to be another Candace Owens and make that money, but you got to do a lot of changes to be a Candace Owens. It's a lot of changes that you have to do. I'm just being honest. I will compare yourself to, if Candace Owens is your next thing that you want to be like or emulate, I would say no. I would pick someone else like, yeah, you're not even like to be a next Tasha K or Wendy Williams. So I would just say be yourself, because yeah, Candace Owens, you're not going to be the next Candace Owens. It's not going to happen for you toots. Yeah, and I hate to be the one to break it to you. I'm just keeping it 100, okay?
Promotes on her channel. And meanwhile, ever since Charlie Kirk passed away, she don't say nothing about that no more. And nobody's asking her what's going on with her case. That was all anybody could talk about here on YouTube. Wait.
No one's asking her what's going on with her case, because everything is not going to be happening every second. The Bridget McCrone case, she filed her motion to dismiss. Things have to be reviewed. Okay, so I can see any other updates since that motion to dismiss, but people are only going to talk about something when it's a major update or a serious update or an important update. If there's nothing to update, then there's nothing to update.
And now all of a sudden, don't nobody care about what's going on with that case? I just find it interesting that people stopped caring about what was going on with that case when the First Lady of France said she was willing to come forward and do medical scientific evidence.
That's a lie. I've updated since then. I went live talking about that as well, Jag, and I've already gave an update since then. So that was not the last update.
She was born a woman. So, you know, like she said, she was talking about how much the lawyer was going to be. So here we are. Let's start with my friend Charlie. But go ahead, please chime in.
You can pick it back up, because it's fun. Well, I'll be looking at certain articles, and now it's starting to make sense. Hindustan Times, and then the Times of India. Remember, we're going to talk about them. Those media organizations that are in that area. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, we appreciate that. When you said my friend Charlie, I swear I didn't know you were going to move in that area, but I was going to bring up this article where Hindustan Times says Nick Fuentes slams Candace Owens for exposing Charlie Kirk, queening to Nicki Minaj. So I'm not trying to big up Nicki, none of that. But Nick Fuentes, and I'm like, oh, he's back on Twitter? I guess he is.
Mr. I'm banned from all social media worldwide, and now he's not.
Make that make sense. Candace exposing Charlie Kirk for queening out to Nicki Minaj just for the entire internet to clown him after he was unalived in front of everybody is diabolical. Let this man rest. He tweeted that the other day. And they were just basically bringing, they're just talking about that in this document. And then Candace Owens tweeted some screenshots of her and Charlie's conversation about Nicki Minaj, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry. I wanted to bring.
Okay, so with the case of the Macrons, it looks like that there was an amended complaint. So an amended complaint was filed. So Candace had already filed the motion to dismiss, and that was September 14th. And then they filed an amended complaint on September 26th. And then after that, there was a stipulation on October 3rd. And then there was a deadline given of October 30th to file an amended complaint. So now file a response to the amended complaint. So the Macrons have filed an amended complaint. They resubmitted their initial complaint. And then now Candace has to respond to this amended complaint as of October 30th, 2025. Okay? And don't forget, Candace, since they filed that lawsuit, Candace had continued to talk about Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron. So in their initial lawsuit, they put certain things in there, but after they filed it, I think in July, and then after they filed it, she continued on with saying things about her being a man, which is a lie. Bridget Macron is not a man, okay? Now, I do laugh at that Man of the Year t-shirt that Candace made to profit from, because to be honest, it's laughable, but in all seriousness, Bridget Macron is not a man. And all her little, things she says about she pees when she stands up, and she makes all these jokes about her being a man. Now it has came back to bite her, because it might have been fun and entertaining. You monetize from it, you profit from it, saying that she pees when she stands up and she says these little jokes. But now, you're being sued over it. And it's obvious that she's going to be able to prove that she's not a man. I mean, she gave birth to children. Her brother is still alive. The one you said that she was born her brother, and he became Bridget, the sister. Y'all listen, that's why Jag is a little bit upset with the whole Candace situation, because Candace is smart, but her lies are, to be honest, quite stupid. Her lies don't make any sense. It's stupid. Like how she said the brother became the sister, it doesn't make any sense. It's illogical, irrational. It's dumb as fuck. I mean, the brother and her actually showed up at the same event, right? At the same events. So, but the thing is, she's smart and she's believable and she has credibility. So people, she gets a pass. So Jag is mad that Candace Owens has credibility. But the point is, Jag, you don't have any credibility because yours is all ate up as shit. Your credibility is zero. And Candace has credibility for now. But let's be clear. I predict that she will lose more and more credibility, and if she keeps on going on with the whole Charlie Kirk, and she keeps on attacking people, especially the conservatives or anyone in that considered conservative. If she goes up the ranks, she will lose credibility and even a following. And I can, foresee her flip-flopping sides or trying to, if she keeps going down that path of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and attacking people that's on the right or anywhere in the right, she's going to lose people, a core base that she built her platform and her name off of. So since the time they filed that lawsuit, she has continued in July that she has continued to say things about the Macrons, and she didn't really stop until the Charlie Kirk stuff gave her new content. So they filed that initial complaint, but now they renewed it and filed a different one to pretty much update the record. So now Candace has until October 30th, which is 5 days from now. She has until that time to respond to the new amended complaint. So that's where we are. So nothing has really pretty much changed. Now, what I will do is go ahead. I think I looked at the amended complaint already. But make a comparison as for the amended complaint that was filed September 26th compared to the initial one from July to see what changes were made. And I'm thinking that it's just an update to the actual case as far as letting them know that Candace Owens has continued her what she has been doing. She has not really stopped until, of course, around September 10th or 11th, around the time that Charlie Kirk was unalived.
Bring that up because I was like, but what else is going on? You know, they said other praise Owens for being a real friend of Charlie. But others found it weird that she was sharing this post. It's really weird. Why would you post this? Somebody on X claimed, and somebody else said Charlie was saying he only listens to classical music.
A lot of people have a lot of competing theories about Charlie Kirk. Some thinks that he prayed for his enemies' downfall, and some think that he prays for his enemies. There's a lot of argument about Charlie Kirk's character from people who spent time with him, knew him. And I don't even want to get into all of that because I didn't know him. I don't have an opinion of him. I didn't follow him. I didn't follow his content. I knew about him. I had heard about him, which is why you don't see us talking about him.
Right.
But let's talk about the people. If you guys remember, we did a video and it's titled, Who Really Cares About Charlie Kirk and Why? There were a lot of people that were making money. There were a lot of people that turned Charlie Kirk into one of the biggest fall grifts of the year. And it came at the right time because Diddy content is starting to wane. There's not a lot of social media conversations for people to just go viral off of and have random viral moments off of. Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, showed up at an amazing time to feed everyone on the internet. But let's look at what his friend Candace has done for his memory. Or maybe we should get into why she's doing it. To my friend Charlie Kirk, a 23-minute video, 6.8 million views. Just that one video.
Wow.
And we're talking, Charlie passed away. She was radio silent. And then the next day, she came back. 24 hours after he passed away. It was funny because that was around the same time when they couldn't find Kash Patel.
So let me pause right here really quickly to go back to the Bridget McCrone. Just a second. So what is happening now is, as I said, they really wanted to pop her because she had pretty much said that she had ceased the Becoming Bridget series about, Bridget McCrone and how she once was Jean Michelle before, her brother. But then I had went to her channel and I saw that she was still making videos past the point of that lawsuit. So they amended the complaint to pretty much update it to the fact that she had continued to talk about Bridget McCrone being a man. This is the man's world. Okay. So, that she amended it and to pretty much say, dude looks like a lady, child. And right here it says, right here, as you can see, this lawsuit was filed in July, right? So why does this document right here show September 2025? Because this is an amended complaint, and the amended complaint is saying that Candace Owens, with full knowledge of this lawsuit, launched a new season of Becoming Bridget in September 2025. So 2 months after the filing of the initial complaint, Candace Owens was launching a new season of Becoming Bridget, and which she makes absurd claims that Miss McCrone, as Jean Michelle, participated in the Stanford prison experiment, which Owens claims is somehow linked to her later transition. Oh my gosh. Do y'all know how much easier my job would be if I could just get on here and make up bullshit lies like this? Like, my job is to get on here and just bring the documents, receipts, and the facts, right? They literally, Jagging Owens and other people, they can literally just make up this wild stories and just run with it. And that's their content, just go live with a new lie. It's crazy, but that's what they do. But that can lead to, of course, more lawsuits, and not just frivolous lawsuits, but real lawsuits. Okay, which Owens claims is somehow linked to her later transition. It says Owens has also gone so far as to suggest that the Macrons are involved in an alleged conspiracy to distract Owens from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. They even added, Charlie Kirk assassination to this, because when this was initially filed in July of 2025, Charlie Kirk was still here. He wasn't unalived. So the new amended complaint is now addressing things that she has continued to do since the actual lawsuit was filed. So now, of course, once that was filed, she doesn't really want to mention these people because she realizes they're going to be continuously updating the lawsuit. And they're saying that it's false, okay? And then it says Owens fan base has grown to 7.2 million followers. They're tracking that. So anyways, that's the update briefly on the Macrons. I'm not going to read this whole amended complaint. It's 250 pages. If you're interested in how she said this white lady is a man, dude looks like a lady. Yeah. If you're interested in all that, you need to go back and watch my previous videos on that, because I will be updating as time goes on any updates. And by the way, I have already updated on this amended complaint before, but I just went back and circled back for those that missed it because Jag is bringing it up. But yeah, so we're definitely going to be keeping up with this whole thing about how she says she's a man and she has evidence. And Candace Owens was arguing and saying that some of the pictures are not authentic, that some of the pictures are fake, that Bridget is posting. Now, why would she say that? It's because think about it, if you have any old pictures, how can someone prove if an old picture is real or not? You have to have some sort of forensic or something done to show that it's real, right? So she's hoping that someone will not be able to prove old pictures or old things that she's using as proof that she's a woman. But there is biological factors and other things in health records that she gave birth. So those things are not going to be, give it up, Candace. There's no way to really get out of this whole situation of calling this lady a man. Yeah. Now, as far as other things related to calling her man and jurisdiction and other things, that's a whole nother argument, a whole nother topic. Yeah, and also the location, Candace Owens is saying that's where she's actually based out of Tennessee. So if they are actually doing all of this in Delaware, and there's nothing that can give Delaware jurisdiction over this whole case, it's going to be thrown out, because you will have to then just go sue her in Tennessee, where she's at, or in your own place where internationally where you're at. But it's not going to work if nothing is in Delaware, or no ties to Delaware. If they're not going to have jurisdiction. So yeah, so we're going to see what happens with that case. Okay.
They were busy going in on Katt Patel because he didn't show up at the site to investigate what was going on with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And apparently he had stopped in Nashville, they were saying, to go see his girlfriend before he went to the college. It's funny because Candace Owens lives in Nashville. What a funky dink. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? But Katt Patel went off the radar, and then Candace Owens went off the radar, and then the next day she comes back with this video, my friend Charlie.
Yeah.
6.8 million views. Just that one video. We're talking almost 70 grand.
Who said that Charlie Kirk stopped in Tennessee to see a girlfriend? Are you trying to say that he had an affair or something? Yeah. Where are you getting that from?
For that one video. Can you imagine?
Exactly, Nitty. Press 5 in the chat if you remember that Jag had Katt Patel. Jag had Katt Patel as her avatar when she wanted to defend her. I got the Defender of Freedom Award. I'm the Defender of Freedom. General Michael Flynn and Liz Crokin invited me down to Mar-a-Lago, and I got the award.
for being a Diddy and Jay-Z whistleblower. And now all y'all YouTubers out there defaming my name and making videos on me all day. I'm telling. Now that I'm connected to General Michael Flynn and he's friends with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was at Mar-a-Lago as well. So now that I'm well connected, I'm going to be taking down y'all's names and screenshotting y'all's chats and telling everything that y'all done and submitting it to General Michael Flynn's sister, who I've had phone conversations with. Because I'm the defender of freedom. And not everybody got an award, and y'all just jealous because y'all didn't get awarded down in Mar-a-Lago. Now I'm gonna put up this picture of General Michael Flynn and Cash Patel as my avatar. And everywhere I go, I'm gonna put up this Cash Patel FBI director, and I'm gonna tell everyone I'm telling.
So she said she was telling because she essence sketched her name onto the Defender of Freedom Award, child. And fast forward, nobody has went to jail. Nobody has been arrested, and Jack still is a fugitive on the run with her hooves. Them hooves are trotting all over the world, from Las Vegas to LA to everywhere. And she still has not cleared herself of having warrants. And now Jack claims that other people are working. She said, I was working for the government in the state. But it's so interesting that you said I'm a CI, a confidential informant, and I'm working for the feds, trying to get paperwork to turn on me. But I said, wait a minute, because you even went on his platform, Paperwork Party platform, and you had a Cash Patel avatar, and you went around telling everybody you're telling on everybody and snitching to everybody, to the feds. And even to Donald Trump and General Michael Flynn. So how can you call me a CI and I'm a snitch when you literally went around saying, I'm telling, bitch, watch the crack of your ass, get them dingleberries out of crack of your ass and shut the fuck up. Because you still, nobody has been in trouble at all for anything. And now Jad barely talks about her reward. She never talks about hardly anything about being a defender of freedom. Oh, wait. Yes, she did. She said she's going to be the defender of freedom for Derek Cardello Smith, a rapist that's in jail for raping 2 women. He's in jail for being a rapist, and Jag is his new mouthpiece. Jag is his new advocate to free Cardello because he's a victim of Diddy that's been set up and framed, when no, he's a liar, con artist, forger who you're now protecting. Typical Jag, just like you try to link up with the rapist Quiet Storm. So with that being said, Jag, have a seat, okay?
Your friend passes away and you just get to go and get a whole bunch of old clips of you and him together. And you get to express how you feel, and you get to make $70,000 to grieve.
So how you know she made $70,000 to grieve? So is Candace Owens making money off of Charlie Kirk? Yes, she is. She saw the opportunity. She had to jump ship from making videos about Bridget McCrone being a man whipping out her wing wong to stand up and piss. So since she had to get out the whole Bridget McCrone being a man topic because she's being sued, and she's afraid of that lawsuit and things, she had to switch to a safer topic, which she thought was safer, which is Charlie Kirk. But I believe now that behind the scenes that people are telling her to kind of stop, because she said if Erica tells her, if Charlie Kirk's wife says to stop, then she'll stop. And she's saying that she has a gag, which the gag does not apply to her. There is a gag, but it's not on her, which I have the documents. It's not pertaining to Candace. I believe that she's being quiet for other reasons, and maybe others want her to stop, and she's getting feedback or pushback from that organization or whatever, or even Erica herself, I don't know, but she's trying to act like it's a different type of gag, and she has ceased making videos on Charlie Kirk, but she says she's gonna just like stop. She's gonna break the gag for the world, the benefit of the world, like, oh world, I'm on the world side, and I'm gonna break this gag because I want justice for Charlie Kirk, and she's gonna return with a vengeance and break the gag order. Now I'm going to go over why I don't think this gag order pertains to her. And I believe that that's another way to rally the troops and to rally the troops. She's trying to rally the troops behind her, because if you say, hey, everybody, I'm going to put my life on the line and my name on the line and my brand on the line to break this gag order, to get justice for Charlie Kirk. And everyone's like, yay, let's cheer for Candace Owens. Let's cheer for her and rally behind her and support her, because she's putting her neck on the line for justice for Charlie Kirk. So I believe that this is her way of gathering more support. It's a way. She's very manipulative. She can manipulate a lot of people, but in my opinion, she does not fool me. I can see her hustle and what she's doing. Now, people are coming down on her because she's releasing text messages of her and Charlie Kirk. This is from March 30th, 2018, where Candace wrote this. She sent this about, Charlie Kirk, and it says, it's a message from Charlie. It says Charlie's AirPods, and he's playing Monster. I'm a motherfucking monster. He's playing Monster, and he says, yay. And then she says, oh my gosh, Nikki's verse on that is the best. And then Charlie says, first things first, I eat your brains. And then she says, yes. And then she says, oh my gosh, this makes me so happy. So she's saying that Charlie Kirk was, I guess, a fan of Nikki and was sharing that. Sasquatch, Godzilla, King Kong, Loch Ness, Goblin, Ghoul, a zombie with no conscience. So it says, when Nikki drops, I lose my mind. So she's saying that Charlie Kirk was a Nicki Minaj fan, and when Nikki drops, I lose my mind. And then she says, she is the best. I do my weights to that song. And she says, Jay-Z's verse is amazing too. Makes me think of where I'm at. All I get is these fake fucks with no fangs trying to draw blood from my ice cold veins. And then he says, yes, it gets the blood flowing. I'm about to run a few miles jamming to it. And then she says, I am loving your hip hop development. So that's what Candace Owens has put out about Charlie Kirk. And people are saying, why are you exposing those messages or putting out things between y'all's conversation? And one critic, of course, of her doing that is Nick Fuentes. He's calling her out about posting that, right? And let me post what he said. So he's pretty much saying, like, let Charlie Kirk rest in peace. Why are you actually exposing his text messages to you and outing him as some sort of Nicki fan stan, okay? He says, Candace exposing Charlie Kirk for queening out to Nicki Minaj just for the entire internet to clown on him after he was unalived in front of everybody is diabolical. And he wrote that October 24th, 2025. So this is actually recent. This is actually yesterday. And he says, let this man rest already. Okay. So that was Nick calling out Candace. Now, do you believe that Candace should be outing these messages or posting these text messages? I personally don't think you should be posting messages. If you're someone's friend and you're exposing their text messages. I believe it's just for attention and for profit. Candace is just trying to get money off this in a bag. And she realizes that these messages between her and Charlie Kirk, when Charlie Kirk is a hot topic, he was unalive, there's a lot of press, people are trying to say this and that about Charlie Kirk. There's money to be made, and she has bills to pay. If you look at her channel, Like I said before, Jack even stole this from my channel, but her channel was primarily Bridget and Emmanuel Macron. They have sued her. They're actually amended the lawsuit. She has to be cautious and careful with those two because they're not fucking playing with her ass. They're not playing. Bridget McCrown said she does not want to be man of the year. She's not a man. She said she has, she doesn't have a dome down there. Okay, let me stop. But Bridget McCrown says she's not a man and she has proof, and you need to stop it, Candace. Even Donald Trump said to Candace that he met Bridget McCrown in person and she's all woman. She's all woman. Fake news. Fake news. Candace Owens, that's fake news. She's a woman. And Candace is like, no, everyone is afraid to ask this question. But Bridget, do you stand up when you pee? Do you stand up when you pee, Bridget? Let me know. She may, and I hate to bring up this topic, but it is true. Throughout time, it's Black women that are masculinized. Black women are the one people always say looks like a man. That you're manly, you look like a man, and all that. So now to see the complete opposite of a Black woman with a white woman on her shirt and getting millions of views and a lot of attention off of masculinizing a white woman. It's kind of like the opposite that has happened, because people did that to Michelle Obama. Let's be honest here. That's all people have done to Michelle Obama, is say that she's a man, she's a man, she's a man, she's a man. She's a man, she's a man, she's a man, she's a man. So what makes this case interesting to me, to be honest, is that this time around, this is actually a white woman that's actually, the first lady of France that's actually being called a man. And by a Black woman with a large platform. It's so wrong, but I'm just letting y'all know the interesting turn of events that makes this quite rare. It's rare. Okay, so it's rare. But is Bridget McCrown a woman or a man? She's a woman. She is. So the only good thing that I can say for Candace is that she should be happy that Bridget sued her in Delaware, because since she sued her in Delaware, she might not have enough connections in Delaware to where Delaware is going to have jurisdiction over her, because all of her business and everything, she lives and works in, she said, Tennessee. So the proper jurisdiction and venue will actually be Tennessee or wherever, France or wherever for Bridget. It's not going to be Delaware. So that can be thrown out just because she's in the wrong jurisdiction. So she's wasting her time unless she actually tries to fall in Tennessee. So I'm just being honest. So I don't know how this is going to work with Delaware when that's not. So by the time it gets to the motion to dismiss time, it could be dismissed for lack of venue or jurisdiction. That's realistically reality. So, just like with Brian McKnight, he sued Jag in Arizona and in Las Vegas. He sued her in Nevada, Arizona, California, and Texas to try to cover his bases as to what her possible location would be, right? So now they might have to restart this. They might have to transfer venues or restart this, unless there's I have to look into it more to see how she could have availed herself to Delaware to make Delaware a site. But yeah, so far I don't think so, but I have to look into it further. But otherwise, also Bridget will be able to prove that she's a woman by her biology through scientific evidence, and also she has birth children. So there is no way out of just trying to, you can try to argue about old pictures and to say they're not, the authenticity of those pictures, but you're not going to be able to argue everything else as far as biology goes.
That's wild. Wow. That's wild.
I really don't think anybody's paying attention to that. This whole video is money. A lot of money. So 6.8 million. Then they are lying about Charlie Kirk. Next video. 8.9 million views. Almost 9 million views. The next video. We're talking more than 70K now. Like, wow. These numbers are astounding. Astounding. And this is when she first started saying Bibi Netanyahu and the Israel government were behind what happened.
Yeah.
This is when she first started insinuating that.
Right.
Okay, so we got almost 7 million and we got almost 9 million. Just those two videos alone is at least 150K. Gosh. In 2 days. 150,000?
Wow.
It's your friend. And that was the video when she kept saying, and you know, because my friend, he got popped in the neck. And you know, I wouldn't be, but I'm really, because my friend got popped in the neck. She just kept repeating it over and over and over and over again. Next video, Charlie Kirk shooting suspect. They're not telling you this, they're not telling you that. She starts talking about, this is when she started saying that the roommate, the transgender roommate, someone from the family reached out to her and she had direct access. This video is 5.8 million. So dips down a little bit. And then it dips down a little bit more. Who ordered the hit on Charlie? That's 4.4. Exclusive. Another photo of Tyler Robinson. That it dips down a little bit more, 3.4.
Jacqueline Suzette Wright. This has already been done, ma'am. September, let me tell you something, Jack. September 20th, 2025. I've done this already on my channel. So yes, you can stop now. But like I said, Jack, if you want me to be your person that gives you an itinerary or a plan or a way to do your lives or what to say in your lives, your talking points or play-by-play, you have to pay me. Start paying me for being your person to copy it, whatever y'all. What would y'all actually call this? I had to call. There's another creator that was doing this during the time I was doing Shankola petition. Another creator was doing the same thing. Whatever I did in my video, whatever I said in my video, she would do exactly what I said it did. Like the whole itinerary, the whole rundown, play by play. I'm like, child, and then she would do it immediately after I went live. I'm like, what the freak? So I ignored it for a while for the greater good and for unity, but then after a while I was like, nah, I gotta call this out because it's becoming weird. So whatever that is, I am to people, I want to get paid for it. Okay, yeah. Is that like a show idea person or whatever that is? I want to be paid. Shout out to Kiva. Thank you so much. Come get his commentary. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel. It says Evening Dani, Mod, and fam, everyone in the chat in the bushes, babies. Thank you so much. I appreciate the fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Move the camera right above Charlie's head. 4.7. Now it goes back up a little bit. And it goes back down a little bit. Erica Kirk forgives. And the feds forgot. 3.5 million. Bearing false witness. Who made the trouble? 3.2 million. Breaking news. FBI pressuring Utah. 2.9 million. Charlie Kirk expressed concerns. 3 million even. They're lying about Tyler Robinson. 3.4 million. Dead or alive. Who betrayed Charlie Kirk? 2.9 million. Breaking news. A woman was 2.9 million. Insanity. Guess who Cash Patel? 2.9 million. TP USA wants us to stop asking questions. 2.7 million. TP USA responds. Yes, the text messages. Now, don't forget, this is when she's putting out all of these text messages as well. Exposing all of these text messages. 2.9 million. Like, she just wrote revelations, the truth about Charlie Kirk. Charlie's final hours. Now, let's pocket watch. Let's do the math. And guys, if we could get another 300 likes, that would be amazing. We got 2.7 million. We got 2.3 million. That right there is 5 million. 5 million views. 2.9 million, 2.7 million. So let's see, what's that? That's 6 carry to 1. So that's another 5.5 million views. So we got 10 million views. We got 2.9 million. We got 2.9 million. That's just under 6. You might as well say 6. So now we got 5, we got 5, we got, so now we're talking about 15, 16 million views. We got 2.9, we got 3.4. We're talking about 6 and change. So now we're over 20 million views. We're over 20 million just in those few videos. 3 million, 3 million, it's another 6. So we're talking about right now somewhere between 26 and 27 million views. 3 million, 3.2 million, 3.5 million. Okay, that's another 6, almost 7. So now we're somewhere around 33 million views, maybe 34. We got 4 and 7, and then we got 3 and 4. So there's 1. That's about 8 million views. So now we're definitely into the 40 million view category. Then we got 5 and 4.
Yeah, Jag is definitely pocket watching. Like, I went over her channel to kind of show how she transitioned from Bridget McCrone to Charlie Kirk, and then Jag went over it to just essentially just pocket watch. Like, I spent some time on it, but she just like go on and on and on about this and trying to actually calculate and tally up the amount of money. Yeah, so definitely pocket watching. Okay,
Like, Jesus.
Her overall viewership is about 71 million.
And bingo, what is she exactly? Collective says, what is she talking about? If Jag was actually around Charlie Kirk, she would be doing the same thing like how she does everyone else. She never met, but it would be worse. Exactly. Bingo. Spot on. Jag, if you have pictures with Charlie Kirk and videos or text messages, you would not even hold back anything. All those messages and all those videos and all pictures would already be out. Candace is being selective and releasing some messages here and there. You will release all the messages and put it on Patreon and just the whole enchilada. So good point about how Jag is trying to be. In my opinion, this is all about jealousy. She's jealous of Candace Owens. She wants to be Candace Owens and wishes that she could pull this off. Like, she does the same thing as Candace Owens, conspiracy topics, but she's not able to pull in millions. Dr. Umar pulls in a lot of money. Candace Owens pulls in a lot of money. Jag dreams of this. She wants to be the same as these people and pulling a lot of money. She wants to be in the millions, but it's just not working for her because she's just still, wearing the same black bra for the last decade. So Jag is trying to figure out how she can pull in the same amount of views and money.
On her platform since as of.
And by the way, the reason she's talking about this and going play by play is because Jag watches me and my numbers. She went to one of my videos and seeing which video had the most views, and she's like, "Oh, okay, that video had the most views on a Candace Owens topic recently. So now let me talk about that and do a play by play." So that's why Jag pretty much did this video and is talking about it, because she went to my video, looked at my numbers, and then do that. And I believe that you know what? I think that's her whole thing. She goes to my channel, see which videos have the most views, and that's what she will like piggyback off of.
Now that all this happened, I'm sure them shot up, but her audience.
No, her subscribers here is 5.45 million subscribers.
Okay, and in May it was 4.29. So yeah, she never shot up.
1.5.
And we basically can say what her demographic is. Look, there's
McCrone and Charlie Kirk got her 1.5 subscribers.
There you go. There's a hype auditor. There's a new site. So I'm looking at this. This is interesting.
Between Charlie Kirk and the Brigitte Macron content, she has amassed somewhere close to 125 million views.
Yeah. It says a 5% engagement rate. I mean, that's what it's about. It's about engagement, and it's about the growth. She's grown significantly. And
that's just on YouTube. That's not including her Instagram. That's not including her.
This is YouTube. Yeah.
This is just YouTube.
Yeah.
But if you can make anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 per million views, then that would mean Shall we do the math? Let's just round it down
Do
to
it.
7. Let's just round it down to 7. You know, let me pull up a calculator just to make sure that I'm not tripping. So
Yeah, so that's what I want to get paid for. Thank you for that's a good thing. I want to be paid for being the blueprint. If my topic or one of my videos is your blueprint, I want to get paid for it or a shout out as the blueprint. But I know people are not gonna do that. It's just funny to think about it. But yeah, so that's a good point. The blueprint, a classic opportunist. Ciao.
interesting. Can anybody else guess how much money that is?
There's no way to determine how much that is. You're not in her studio. You're not behind the scenes to know exactly how much she's making or how much she has made. You don't know. You don't know her RPM.
Oh no, it's more than $500,000. It's about 875,000. I'm sorry, 875. Yeah. Over $750,000. It's not a bad summer.
You don't know how much the videos are making or what profit she's getting from those videos. You don't. That's just your estimate.
YouTube.
Or your guesstimate.
That's not a bad summer at all. Not at all. Now, if we're talking about fraud by deception, if you're leading people to believe that you have evidence and facts that proves that someone is a different gender than they're representing themselves as, and you made money off of that, and now you've used your friendship with someone who was just publicly executed, who has national and international internet cachet. And you've taken us all the way down the mulberry bush, from foreign governments being responsible to the FBI being responsible to now you want to finger the president.
Wow.
And say that the president allegedly had the FBI take out Charlie Kirk, and nobody's calling bullshit, and nobody, just the internet, no authorities are saying anything.
Well, is that why I see an article here, or not an article, not actually an article. I see there's another YouTuber that dropped something today. I'm not going to say the YouTuber's name. They said Candace Owens is going to jail,
which is probably just another distraction.
Right.
But if I'm not correct, part of the reason why I called her out months ago, especially during the Brigitte Macron, is because that's exactly what I labeled her as the ultimate social media distraction that she's put on to divert attention. Did I not say that?
No, you said it.
And I said how dangerous that I thought that was. But for her to be able to just sit online, do you honestly think my channel would be up and running if I just started running around accusing the president and the FBI of assassinating people?
Heck no.
See, here's the thing. I'm still looking into it, but there are articles running on that, but I have not seen a verified source yet. So I'm still checking, but I'm not seeing a verified source. There's other things that happen with Candace Owens and Trump as far as the Macrons, but I need to find a real credible source first, okay? Because I gotta find a credible source before I believe anything on that first, okay? Hold on.
Not at all.
What I do know, I tell you what I do know. Whatever people were looking at, whatever people were discussing, Candace Owens has taken us so far down a rabbit hole and thrown so many different details. What happened to Charlie Kirk? What happened to Charlie Kirk? What happened to Charlie Kirk? This is what I think happened to Charlie Kirk. We don't know, but we know. I don't know, but I know. I don't know, but I know. It's really interesting. You don't know, but you know. You know? This is what happened to Charlie Kirk every day, leading us further and 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 further away from where her investigation started. Meanwhile, she's wearing t-shirts that say the Candace Intelligence Agency, while she's using the CIA emblem, which nobody is supposed to be allowed to do, and ain't nobody's holding her accountable for any of the stuff that she's doing. Because this is just kind of crazy.
I didn't know she was. Wait, she used the CIA's logo?
Yeah, that's what's on her merchandise, the CIA logo, and then she changed it to the Candace Intelligence Agency.
Wow. Interesting.
And she's selling this stuff.
That's interesting.
And nobody's holding, nobody said you gotta stop doing that. You can't use that. That would be like me creating merchandise using the Jaguar emblem with my name. Get my new Jag t-shirts and I'm using the Jaguar,
Yeah, they would come at you quick. They'll come at you quick.
That would not be allowed. Meanwhile, she was already being accused of having ties to the CIA. She couldn't stop talking about her friend Tucker Carlson, who I think we all know is attached to the CIA. Yeah, I'm sorry. And meanwhile, you've made $750,000. Sending everybody out on these wild goose chases. I'll tell you one thing. Charlie Kirk definitely gave her an out on having to defend her Brigitte Macron content.
Yeah.
She hasn't had to talk about Brigitte Macron since Charlie Kirk passed away.
Nor she had to talk about Weinstein, because I remember her.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be going to Tasha K next. But so what's happening is, of course, as I'm showing, is that Jag is on Candace Owens, and her and Odessa are doing the same thing they did with Courtney Burgess, where I talked about something and then they went live acting as if it's new or something that they just came up with the original idea that they run with, and it's strange behavior. Jag now pretty much wants to be Candace Owens, or not wants to be her, but wants to emulate her, wants to get the same amount of attention and the same amount of clout as her and money. She's trying to figure out her secret or her sauce to how she can amass all these followers and all this money with obvious lies.
Yeah.
Teasing that.
Yeah. Those Weinstein videos came and went, and nothing really came from that. Why does nobody ever hold her accountable for anything that she's doing? But for her to sit in her book club and label the president and the FBI as being responsible for the demise of Charlie Kirk, and then talking about, I don't know if it's clever, pretty girl.
You're also missing one key ingredient. You're acting like Candace Owens is like someone that has been 100% behind Trump. Trump is one person that tried to get her to back down from talking about Brigitte Macron, and everyone was reporting on it. So, Candace is not like being told what to do. So she obviously did not listen to Trump when he said to back off the Macrons. Emmanuel Macron tried to talk to Trump to try to get Candace to back down, and she still kept doing it. So, I mean, I don't think she's that happy with Trump, telling her to back down off the Macrons. And that was her money pot. Okay. And, trying to use a president to silence her or stop her. So obviously, I don't think that he has been her favorite person probably since that time period. I don't know. It could have been before. So I wouldn't be shocked or surprised if Candace feels some type of way about Donald Trump, who tried to really stop her from making the Macron content.
Girl, I don't see what's so clever about just taking your initial and I don't know. I don't know if I was being linked to, or someone was pointing me out as being linked to being attached to espionage and all of this other stuff. I don't know if I would want to run around talking about CIA. I don't know if I would want to do that. I don't know if that's considered clever, or if that's just playing in people's faces. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what does the death of Charlie Kirk have to do with your book club? Meanwhile, you're pushing all of this out in that audience, knowing that people are going to take it and
are you crazy or stupid or whatever? Listen, to bring engagement or get people to click on her book club or join her book club, you can tell people, hey, I'm going to be breaking this gag order, going against the whole gag order, and I'm going to still be going author justice for Charlie Kirk. Some people are going to join, naturally, they're going to join her book club, hoping that Candace will be talking about Charlie Kirk. Okay, so since they believe that she's going to talk about Charlie Kirk, they're going to join the book club, and that's going to increase what? Her pockets. So now she can drive one audience that's interested in Charlie Kirk into to her book club. She brings in more money. She keeps her audience, and bada bing, bada boom, her pocket in. And you want evidence of that? Let's go to her actual Twitter, and you'll see exactly. Candace is, I will say, she probably should have went into marketing because that's what she's great at. I got to see her actual education, her CV, to see what does she have, like what does she have. I mean, marketing would have been great for her because she's great at marketing herself and keeping her audience and switching from this to that. So I saw one post on her Twitter that I wanted to bring up to drive this message home about how obviously the book club thing. So right here, listen, when I say this girl is good at marketing, let me show you this post. She knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah. So yeah, that's another thing, Jag. Candace is great at marketing. So maybe you want to copy Candace like you copy me. You have to be great at marketing yourself, and you're not really great at marketing yourself. So Candace right here, she made this post. It says, I don't know how they don't expect these lies to backfire, but today we had our biggest day ever in terms of book club signups. You see what I'm saying? She said this was the biggest day ever in book club signups. She had a bunch of people sign up for her book club. You see? And she says, I would like to personally thank Laura Loomer, Stephen Crowder, and Ian Miles for their tireless work. So she's pretty much saying shout out to these people for the free promo. And then she has the two laughing emojis. So Candace knows how to market herself, Jag. You see what I'm saying? So she got all these book club signups. I guarantee you a lot of people are signing up for the book club because they're hoping that Candace will talk about Charlie Kirk and they will get like breadcrumbs or morsels about her Charlie Kirk. So that's why they're tuning in. Even right now, some people are tuning in to me because they're hoping I talk about certain topics. They're hoping I drop breadcrumbs or I mention certain people or certain names and things like that. They're tuning in. But guess what? I will say this for people tuning in. People are going to realize that their numbers are going to drop off and their views are going to go down and down and down without my name in their title, without me giving them any views, without any attention from me. Their views are going to plummet. Okay. And that's what I'm waiting for, a drastic decrease in your views and all your stuff is going to be happening. Okay. Because without me as your content, without me as your talking points, or using my brain to talk about what to talk about, what to discuss, and what to do, your channels are gonna have a downfall. Because let's be clear, the only reason you get views is not because of yourself, it's because you're putting my name in the title. So like I said a million times, go live without my name in the title, without me hashtag, and then let's see how many views you get. And you won't do it because you know that you're going to fall off, completely off, and then you're going to disappear like the nobody that you are. Okay. So yeah, shout out to the nobodies that are without my name, without talking about my name or mentioning me or discussing me. Nobody cares about their channel. So that's my message to those people. You're gonna be paid dust. Besides, oh yeah, by the way, I do have a contest tomorrow that I still have to do because I promised it. So I am still gonna do the contest because I promised it. But let's be clear, most people will be paid dust moving forward, and my backup channel will be used as my author show only. So anyone interested in those people, you probably will have to go somewhere else to get content on those people because I'm not going to be giving those people clout off my name because those are clout chasers. So I'm pretty much done with the clout chasers. For all the people wondering, I'm done with the clout chasers. I want them to fall off and dry up like the dried up bitches they are. And the only way to do that is to pay them dust. Okay. Yeah. So hold on a second. But we still have to do our impersonation contest because that's already on the docket and that's already scheduled. So we still are going to do our impersonation contest because we still have to, and I promised it. And I'm not going to break my promise. But after that, moving forward, please don't think that those people are going to be my content because I want their channels to dry up. And to dry it up, I have to stop talking about them. I've done it before to other bitches, and I will do it to those people as well. I would dry their channels up. Yeah. So anyways, hold on a second. So yeah, Candace Owens, she actually has started her book club. I mean, she's been had a book club. She's using the Charlie Kirk talking points and rhetoric to boost her book club, is what I want to say. Just a second.
And use it to go viral with and to sit there and question you about this, that, and the third, but you didn't do it on your YouTube channel. Why not? If you honestly believe that the president and the FBI are allegedly responsible for the demise of Charlie Kirk, if you were going to say that, then why didn't you just stand on it on your channel?
Mm-hmm.
You done talked about every other possible variable of what happened to Charlie Kirk. We're investigating. And I'm not saying, and we don't know, but we know. I don't know, but I don't know. What the fuck? How does nobody not see this for gaslighting? Because in my opinion, what she's saying and what she's doing, everything that she's saying and everything that she's doing is gaslighting the public. Am I wrong to say that?
No.
Meanwhile, you're doing it for profit. How is this any different than Brick Girl?
Speaking of for profit, Jag, let's hop into what I was
I'm just trying to figure out.
There is no difference. For profit, like you said.
I don't see the difference. You tell.
I don't see the difference between any of you people. A lot of y'all people, including your old moderators, they get on here and they grift and they scam. That's all y'all do. All y'all just make up lies. You make up fake stuff to scam and to grift. That's what y'all do. I don't know why people are so shocked and surprised that there's something going on between people online. A lot of y'all people on this internet, I'm noticing, are just liars, scammers, and grifters that make up stories, storylines, false narratives, defend rapists, defend child abusers, defend weird behavior, and then sponsor and support all of this weird stuff that goes on people's outright lives and scams. People, just scamming left and right and using my name and other people's names, or even abuse victims using kids to scam. Ada using kids to scam. People are fake psychologists, fake therapists, fake kidnappings, fake disappearances. This person is missing, that's missing. Where is this? Where is that? It's a bunch of scams left and right. And Jag, you are the main person that has been behind a lot of these scams and fake bullshit. A lot of y'all people who I will not name because y'all know who y'all are scammers and grifters that use my name to scam and con people, to raise funds and to grift or with frivolous stuff. All y'all are grifters and scammers and con artists, and a lot of y'all people just be on here like defending the worst of the worst people. I've actually seen people defend people, like saying things like a rapist turns them on because someone took someone and against their will, and that's a turn on for them. It's just sick. It's just like a lot of sick things happen on here. So Jag, what I would say is right message, wrong messenger for a lot of y'all people. Okay. And then a lot of times I'm surrounded by a lot of y'all people, and that's why I'm uninterested in a lot of stuff within this sector, because a lot of people within this sector are weird scammers, grifters, con artists. And then when they get called out, they want to play victim because they got called out for being a scammer, grifter, liar, fraudster, obsessed weirdo. Okay, y'all are weird. And I'm uninterested in weirdos and DBU people, to be honest. Like, y'all are beneath me. Y'all are.
A half-baked story based on hyperbole and all of this and that. There's no real facts. There's no real details. You have nothing to show or support these wild, outlandish things that you say. Meanwhile, people say that I'm a liar. She sat there and thanked the president and the FBI for taking out Charlie Kirk, and nobody in that audience held her accountable and said, you got to show us some evidence. You got to show us some proof of it. Oh man, you know when they give you a holiday and they in a street, you know that's like the code that the FBI took you out. And then comparing it to Martin Luther King.
Stop it.
I bet Charlie Kirk Boulevard isn't even going to be in a good neighborhood. And he didn't get a holiday. He got the public was urged to honor his birthday this year. That's not a national holiday. And the street that he so-called got is in Israel. It's not even here.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not understanding. I don't understand how some people say some really outlandish things for money online and get held accountable, and then others get to say outlandish things online, monetized out the wazoo. And it's
here's the thing. She's actually going to have a downfall if she keeps this up. Candace Owens, her primary audience are conservatives. She built her audience, we have to be honest, off of Donald Trump. Like a lot of Donald Trump supporters follow Candace Owens and conservatives. If she targets Donald, the reason she's afraid to go on her platform, like not just behind the scenes on a book club, is because she knows going to her audience of millions of subscribers, a lot of those are Trumpers. She's going to lose subscribers. She's going to lose a lot of her core audience by going after Donald Trump. Press 1 if you were actually here. I've already said I've seen this coming. I've already seen Candace Owens having a downfall or losing her a lot of support for going after this Charlie Kirk, or even having issues with Erica Kirk and that whole organization. I've already said this because it's inevitable, because she's going against the grain. She's going against a lot of people who people have, a lot of people. So there's going to be a split, because this is what's going to happen. It's going to be a cycle. She's going to cycle out the old people, and then cycle in some new people. And then the people that's on the fence that already have certain doubts, she's going to probably, keep those people around. But let's be clear, she's going to definitely lose people if she starts attacking Donald Trump a lot. Not a little bit, but a lot. So she has to proceed cautiously, and she knows this. She knows this. Just like she said about Charlie Kirk. She said Charlie Kirk, before he was unalived, he was mentioning how if he said anything negative about Benjamin Netanyahu, that he could lose funding. People know who's backing them, who's funding them, who's supporting them. And they know that changing their talking points, their topics, their politics, or their position could cause them to lose support and funding. And that even goes for creators and content creators. They know that certain viewpoints could like lose an audience, certain talking points could lose an audience, and you have to take that risk, and you have to cycle out where you say, well, I'm going to just go this direction. I know I'm going to lose people, but I'm going to head that direction. I know I have to switch or cycle out where you will lose an old audience, but then you have to regain a new one, and then you'll keep some people that are still on the fence, or some people that are like still a fan of you no matter whatever it is. So that's what she's pretty much speaking to, is that Charlie Kirk, before he passed away, he already knew that speaking on Benjamin Netanyahu or to certain people or negatively on him could make him lose funding. And that's why she's trying to say that Benjamin Netanyahu has something to do with this whole situation too.
Just, it's cool. Thank you, Michael. It's kind of wild to me how that works. So yeah, anyway, on to the next gaslighting situation that's been going on this week. Kevin Federline versus Britney Spears. How do you guys feel about that? Has anybody bought Kevin Federline's book?
They say only about 1,200 people bought it, so.
I went back and I was looking at old interviews of him and Britney when they first started out. That was interesting.
So I'm actually going to skip over the Britney Spears because that's one topic I don't keep up with.
They were sitting there on
and since I don't keep up with Britney Spears, I'm not going to talk
Ellen
about.
Ellen was so excited, and
Spears,
she was going to be the godmother, and she had all these questions to ask about their intimate personal life and how.
Before I move on to Katt Williams, I did. Everyone knows. If you don't know, now you know. I have spoke to Katt Williams' brother Stephen, and even today he sent some more messages. So I'm gonna go over what he said. Okay, so yes, if you follow me, you know a lot of times I do speak to people that are in certain situations or conversations because that's a source of information. That's a source. So obviously I have in my title Katt Williams' brother. I actually have some new messages I'm going to discuss from him. And if you watch my last video, I also posted messages from him, or the one before that. Yeah, so that's not unusual, okay? So I am going to go over that shortly when I get into Tasha K versus Jag, okay? Hold on.
In sites like Pacer for people to be able to pull those details, to pull her card. And right after that, she filed for divorce. And her life has never been the same again.
Yeah.
Now, this was July 30th, 2007.
Yeah.
Let's go back to... Wow, that was fast. See, she was divorced from Kevin Federline in July 2007.
So I'm going to go back to Candace Owens really quickly before I close out on her. And to be honest, I might do a different live because I have to go over the Charlie Kirk documents, and I don't know if I want it in the same live as the Jag stuff. Okay, so I might do a separate live just on Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robertson, which is more a serious topic. So I might split the lives up. I don't know yet. So I'll see. So if I do, that means I'm just gonna restart with a different thumbnail, a different title, and just speak on Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robertson outside of the Jag topic. Okay, hold on.
Made me lose faith.
Hold on 1 second. Why they always do
Ever
this?
seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope.
So there you have it. People are wondering, like even Jag is wondering, why did she go behind the scenes and make this video about Trump and losing faith in politics? Yeah, I'm not no psychic at all, but I already knew this was coming. It's inevitable this was going to happen, and she was going to, start having these thoughts about, having these thoughts and wondering her spot or her position. It always happens. And now that's why I believe this is what happened. As a creator, I probably will say this. On her book club, it was more personable, less people, less of an audience, and she can kind of gauge the audience response, gauge their response, and see, like, test the waters, like say something controversial, something that's going to be shocking, and then see how people are going to react and respond to it. And then from there, you're doing, it's like that little small audience is your guinea pigs to test out what you're saying. If it goes well, then you can know that you can take it nationally, and then you can feel like you can see, like, kind of like determine or figure out what could possibly be the worst that could happen or how people will react. If it goes negatively, then you'll probably just silence yourself or stop, and you probably won't talk about that topic anymore because you're like, oh no, this is the wrong time. You're getting too much feedback or negative feedback and pushback. So a lot of times people will tell something to a smaller audience as a way of testing it out in the guinea pigs, and then later, if they feel like it's something that they want to go publicly fully into everyone, then they'll do it. So that's what I believe she was testing the waters out by mentioning Trump in a negative way to a smaller platform.
Nope. That is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you.
Now, she's also talking about Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. So, I mean, it's not just Donald Trump that she's throwing shots at in this video. So I think people are conflating the issues as well. It's not just, it's Benjamin Netanyahu. She's throwing shots at Trump. So it's across the board. And Benjamin Netanyahu, baby, she is definitely someone she does not like.
We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. We just know that.
Candace, I hate to break it to you, but I'm going to break it to you because that's what I do. You were, someone that's a token Black woman. I'll just say it. I'm just going to say it. I'll be the one to say it. And a lot of people see you as a token Black woman for a lot of your talking points and a lot of your rhetoric and verbiage. If you start saying certain things and you stop being a token and a mouthpiece for certain people, you're gonna lose a lot of support and subscribers, because that's why a lot of people support you. A lot of people support you because of that factor. I'm just being honest, and because of that fact. So once you start, doing your own thing and not being a mouthpiece for people that want you to attack other people in your own race and community, for them, you're going to lose support. It is what it is. At the same time, I will say this: once she loses support, she'll also gain support from the other side. So it's like, if you're for Trump, you'll gain audience that's for Trump and pro-Trump. If you're anti, then you'll start getting more support from the other side. If you're in the middle, then you'll get more of a neutral fan base. But there will be a tilt, or as far as cycling in and cycling out. And there will be some people that are anti-Trump who won't like you because at one point you were too much pro-Trump for their liking. So we will see what's going to happen with Candace Owens, and where this new path is taking her, or what course she's going to take. But I knew it was problematic. The moment she started going on and on about Charlie Kirk and saying this and that and posting messages, I already knew that people that are, a lot of supporters of Kirk were not going to really like it.
Remember, 2007, she was at that party. Did he?
Wow.
And by supporters, let me clarify. Turning Point USA. A lot of people from Turning Point USA are supporters of Turning Point USA and other things like that, who she has also turned a negative eye towards. Those people are not going to like her, and supporters of Turning Point USA.
To Cassie's party.
Wow. And what happened at that party? What happened at that party? Because like I said, I was very oblivious to this whole Britney Spears stuff. She got the divorce. Months later, she's at a Diddy party. What happened at that party?
Okay, I'm gonna skip forward past Britney Spears. I don't cover that topic.
Show y'all her conservatorship.
Oh yeah.
During her conservatorship.
Yeah, see, look, that's very wild, because you were letting me know that they had her on tour, she had a residence. I'm like, I thought if she was not mentally capable of doing, it's like, okay, you set her down and let her just chill. And they had her on all types of psych meds and stuff. So I'm sure made 138 million. And apparently people liked it. It won, Best of Vegas award in 2 years for 2015, 2017. And
this is worse than Wendy Williams.
Yeah.
Like, you don't see the friend. They only seem to grab footage and images of when the friend wasn't around. And what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is that what it's looking like is that they're creating a scenario. If she's gone, if something happens now, it's like it's 2015, 2016, 2017. Britney Spears is the meal. When this interview first came out, it was said that he did not want to come forward. He was reluctant to come forward. He's been keeping all of this to himself for quite some time. And the only reason he's coming forward now is because he had no choice. He needed to let the public know that his brother isn't who he says he is.
So anyways, let's get into Katt Williams, Tasha K. And then I'm going to start a new live to go over Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens and Tyler Robinson court documents and records. Okay, hold on.
That we have so far, if we could get 300 more, that would be amazing. Thank you. So let's be clear. I'm telling you that as an artist who got away from the system, and it's so funny because people like to often say my career was irrelevant, I'm irrelevant, I'm not this, I'm not that, yada yada yada, we'll do whatever have you. The reason why I don't have more stats is because I started breaking away from the system as early as I possibly could. I became an independent artist, and of course those stats change. Because an independent artist, your stats are overshadowed by the artists that are still attached to the system. They pay people to not write about you. They pay people to do hit pieces on you. They pay people to create all kinds of whatever to discredit you. So if you speak out, or when you speak out, no one wants to believe you. So here we are. Stephen Williams. Now, when this interview first came out, it was said that He did not want to come forward. He was reluctant to come forward. He's been keeping all of this to himself for quite some time. And the only reason he's coming forward now is because he had no choice. He needed to let the public know that his brother isn't who he says he is. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And guess what? Turns out his brother has spent a lot of time in a mental hospital. Matter of fact, he was released not that long.
Now let's hold on a second. See, this is why I'm going to be switching topics in a minute. But Jag, let me tell you something, Jag. Press 1 in chat. If Jag has spent time in a mental hospital herself, haven't you spent time in a psych ward or psych or and you have been found mentally incompetent? Haven't you even talked about your own mental well-being? Haven't you? Because why are you now going into someone having mental health issues or being in a mental institution when you've been in one yourself? Now, we're going to get into this topic, and if I have mods here, please post some trigger warnings. Trigger warning. We're getting into topics that can be sensitive to some viewers. Triggering topics of SA and also pertaining to childhood SA as well, because the brother has made allegations against Katt Williams for childhood SA. So I definitely want to make sure that everyone understands that we're getting into sensitive topics. So please leave the video for now and come back in about 30 minutes or half an hour if this is a topic that can be triggering for you. Okay. Shout out to Judy Coles for gifting a membership. If you are gifted a membership from Judy Coles, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Again, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Also, I want to give a shout out to hold on, for a Cash App shout out as well. I definitely do appreciate the fan funding Cash App. Let me go back to that screen just a second. But yeah, make sure you tune in to all my channels. Make sure you subscribe to all channels, including my new channel, rebranded channel, which is Off the Show Cafe. Shout out to Darcy. Thank you so much, Darcy, for the fan funding. Again, shout out to you. If you're getting here just now, I already gave the Freeman update. So you have to wait till this live ends to restart the live to go back to where I talk about Freeman and how that termination or eviction was successful. Okay. And so now we're getting into, like I said, these topics are going to be sensitive, talking about SA. And now I want to actually make it clear, I am not the channel for you if you expect me to say yes or no if I believe someone's SA, things like that. Unless someone is like Lamisha Fuller telling obvious, blatant lies, I do not go against someone's SA story unless it's something obvious like Lamisha. Oh, it made me eat the jelly bean. I was 10 years old. I'm the girl on the table. That was me. Yeah, if you're Lamisha, then I don't believe you. Okay, because yeah, it was obvious. When I looked at the picture and she said it was her in the D&G shirt, it was a white lady. I saw the tan lines. I saw the white skin. I saw her ass. You're black and she's white. Okay. This ain't no Michael Jackson Thriller. Okay. Girl. So I knew she was a liar. So that's why I said it. Okay. This was Lamisha Fuller. I'm the girl on the table. That's me. They put me on the table. They made me eat the jelly bean. I was 10 years old. No, I was 11 years old. No, I was 12. I was 13. I was 13 years old on the table. Adria English and all that. You see what I'm saying? And she was saying, and people believe that she was a girl on the table. Look at that Filipino at the bottom picture. Everyone knows that I was like, no, that I'm not trying to be funny, But the hair texture, I know the difference between a damn 3A and a damn 2A, and I know the difference between a 4C and a 4B. I know the different hair textures. And when she said that was on the table, I said, even with your hair perm, that's still not your roots. Your roots are given African American. It ain't given Filipino. Okay, don't talk back. I know how to do cornrows. I done braided people's hair from all textures. I know, girl. And the skin color was not you. People can get darker and lighter on the seasons, but I don't care what season, summer, winter, spring, or fall. That wasn't you, Lamisha. And I looked at your old pictures. Your tatas ain't being that small like that lady right there on the table at that age. And the lady on the table don't even look 10 years old. I was 10 years old. That's not a 10-year-old lady on the table with implants. That lady on the table got implants. What 10 years old has been authorized to get implants and will be on the table like, girl, that was clearly a grown lady on the table. So if you're someone like Lamisha, and I will expose you and debunk you for being a liar because it's obvious. I was in the woods and then I died. And then I came back to life, and I rescued Diddy, and it was a fire, and I rescued Diddy from the fire. I rescued Diddy. You know, if you're doing all that, then yeah, you will be called out. But when it comes to other people and their stories about their victimization, I do not, unless it's obvious lies, I'm not saying nothing, because that's the worst thing you can do. The worst thing you can do is fix your mouth to say someone's essay story is false, and then if it's actually real, you're actually contributing to a problem that we have in society of people not being believed because they're afraid that if they come forward, they're not going to be believed. And I'm not going to contribute to that that problematic situation in society, because people are always watching, including impressionable young people. And if they hear people all the time say, "Oh, I don't believe you, I don't believe you," they're going to be afraid to tell their stories. I don't. That's why I don't do that. Now, you as an audience with your own opinions, your own views, you're a subscriber or a viewer. You have less of a issue because you're just in the audience. I'm a creator, so I have more responsibility. I'm on a platform speaking to hundreds of people, so I cannot misuse or abuse my voice and my platform. So I don't do that. So it's better to be safer than sorry. So I keep all my thoughts to myself as it pertains to people's victimization stories, unless it's like Misha, when you're showing a white lady in a picture and you saying it's you, and I know you're black and that lady white. So I know that you're lying. So then for that, I will say you're a liar. And then it turns out to be right. Watch my Lamisha videos and how I pop Lamisha along with other creators. We popped and exposed her and things like that. And then she started making videos on me, calling me all kind of names. And it was a mess. Those were crazy days. But yeah, y'all know by now, I'm always getting myself into mess. Now, I've been good lately. Or busy. Should I say I've been good or just busy? I would say busy on my backup channel. If you go on that channel, you probably will say I probably haven't been good. Oh shit, I probably still have not been good on the backup channel because we just even did some other stuff. But yeah, so anyways, but I've been, anyways, let's change the subject. So anyways, let's get back to this. So now on the serious tip and serious note, Katt Williams' brother alleges that he was a victim of sexual abuse by Katt Williams and another person, a cousin. Katt Williams has now talked to Tasha K and pretty much said that his brother is not telling the truth, and he's bringing up his brother's mental health and other things. Well, and then Jag, of course, is talking about it because Jag is team Katt Williams. And since she's team Katt Williams, she's and then also she hates Tasha K. So now she wants to try to call out Tasha K for doing the interview in the first place. So let's go ahead and continue on with that.
That we have so far, if we could get 300 more, that would be amazing. Thank you. So let's be clear. I'm telling you that as an artist who got away from the system. And it's so funny because people like to often say, my career was irrelevant. I'm irrelevant. I'm not this. I'm not that. Yada, yada, yada. We'll do, whatever have you. The reason why I don't have more stats is because I started breaking away from the system as early as I possibly could. I became an independent artist. And of course, those stats change.
No, you have been trying to be in the industry. You were begging Jay-Z to collaborate with you and work with you. You were begging Jay-Z and Beyonce to reach out to you. So if you missed it, I played it a million times. I'm not gonna play it again. But Jag pretty much has been begging to be back in the industry, but she was no one is interested because she's psycho. She's psycho, y'all. So like nobody wants to work with Jag.
Because an independent artist, your stats are overshadowed by the artists that are still attached to the system. They pay people to not write about you. They pay people to do hit pieces on you. They pay people to create all kinds of whatever to discredit you. So if you speak out or when you speak out, no one wants to believe you.
No. You discredit yourself. The more you get on platforms, you lie, you make up shit, and then you backpedal and backtrack, you discredit yourself.
So here we are. Stephen Williams. Now, when this interview first came out, it was said that he did not want to come forward. He was reluctant to come forward. He's been keeping all of this to himself for quite some time. And the only reason he's coming forward now is because he had no choice. He needed to let the public know that his brother isn't who he says he is. Yada, yada. And guess what? Turns out his brother has spent a lot of time in a mental hospital. Matter of fact, he was released not that long ago. I guess since the last time he reached out to us last year. See, this is what I find funny. They be so busy trying to come for people that they don't even bother to check what it's really hitting for. Like the way they tried to put me in that lawsuit, that Ashley Parham lawsuit, that's turning out to be one of the biggest joke lawsuits of the Diddy lawsuit saga that there is.
Now, it's interesting that Jag is saying that's a big joke of a lawsuit, but press forward if you remember that Jag was actually pushing that lawsuit. You was pushing the Ashley Parham lawsuit and believing the Ashley Parham lawsuit. Even after you were added to it, you were like, you thought that Ariel Mitchell was behind it and not Ashley. I'm like, Ashley Parham is the plaintiff, so she's obviously in on it or in like part of the lawsuit. So Jag was actually believing that Ashley Parham lawsuit until she was added to it late, and now she's like, oh, that fake lawsuit.
And maybe we should talk about that a little bit before we go. Throw that in. Because there have been some new updates regarding that lawsuit.
I'm actually working on some, well, yeah, we can talk about it. You already know. You saw what I was working on. But yeah.
But let's deal with Mr. Williams here. Now,
let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this real quick. Because again, yeah, there's proof, y'all. Someone did reach out on behalf of Stephen Williams and said, hey, they wanted to do a interview with Jaguar Wright. And I said, okay, because I think I got a call. I'm searching text messages. It was a call, the text message, and I said, all right, let me let Jag know. And yeah, immediately you was just like, nah. And I was like, yeah, okay, it is what it is. And that was that. We left it be. So when it popped up as of recent that he sat with old
now that part is true. I did post text messages already, so make sure you watch my recent live. His brother, Katt Williams' brother, did send me those screenshots of reaching out for an interview, a publicist or somebody reaching out for an interview with Jag. Okay, yeah. But if Jag is so close to Katt Williams, why didn't she tell Katt Williams a long time ago that the brother was reaching out for an interview? It's because she's not close. My, how very interesting, Jag, that Tasha K had a whole conversation with Katt Williams. Oh, I just thought about something. She had a whole 2-hour conversation with Katt Williams. My, how very interesting would it be if Tasha K actually, asked him about Jag and see if that story is true, because she had a whole conversation with him about other things. So how come Tasha K can have an interview with Katt Williams but not Jag? Where's your interview with Katt Williams? Where's your phone call? Where's your conversation with Katt Williams? It's so interesting. Like, where's your stuff with Katt Williams, Jag? Where is it? Because it's non-existent.
I said, "Oh, so what's this about? What's this about?" So I didn't pay the money to see the interview or nothing like that. But I got people that will put me up on game. It appears this whole thing was just about family conflict and allegations that Katt Williams was basically, his brother was making about the past and his public persona, and it covered childhood abuse, alleged misrepresentation and family trauma. Because I think they had a clip about the children, his children. Remember, he talked about all the children that he
they tried to make it seem like he adopted those children so that he could essay them.
Yeah, it's sick.
He told a story about how Katt Williams was living with one of their cousins, and they were.
Happy birthday to Gail Turner. Please put some birthday cake and birthday balloons in the chat to say happy birthday to Gail Turner. Just seeing it, but yeah, happy birthday, girl. Hope you have a great birthday and a great birthday weekend, because if your birthday falls on a weekend, then you get to celebrate the whole weekend. So happy birthday to you, y'all. Something y'all.
In a homosis relationship. He talked about how he had been violated as a child by Katt, but wouldn't admit to anything, while Tasha K was busy sitting there trying to stoke him, to get him to say something, to get him to say something, to get him to say something. He was smart enough not to put himself in real danger of being sued, and said, well, no, there was no penetration or whatever, but you don't know what I went through, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, and yada yada yada. There was a lot. He also was talking about lightweight trying to invalidate what Katt had to say about the industry, and as they would call his industry exposure. And he made mention of Katt Williams pretty much just watched a bunch of social media and watched what a bunch of other people had to say, and then he created his attack on the industry based off of what he saw, not that he really knew anything or what he had to say was relevant. You want to know what's funny? Some people say the same thing about me. Jag don't know anything. She just watches a bunch of content creators, and then she comes up with.
I have proof already. I showed it today that you do that you watch a bunch of creators and you steal from people. I showed proof today that I talked about. I did the same rundown of Candace Owens and about over a month ago, and then you have now copied me. I showed proof and I popped you. And to be honest, I could probably do that to a lot of my videos. Go do a rundown of how you play for play. And then you don't want me to do that, Jag, because that video will embarrass you. My advice is for you and Odussi to stop doing it. Okay? Do your own research, do your own homework, and come up with your own ideas and play-by-plays and itinerary or blueprint or whatever you're going to do for your actual videos. Okay? Yeah. So Steve Williams, Katt's brother, was alleging that he was a child around 5 years old, and his older brother, Katt, was around Williams around 13 years old, and that he was engaged and sexual abuse. Okay, and Katt Williams pretty much was telling Tasha K that he has psychiatric records from Pacer, showing that his brother has been in and out of mental institutions since he was a child. And the initial allegations against Katt, were serious, okay, including child molestation and a connection to an alleged unaliving incident involving a bodyguard named Reggie Carroll, which I talked about in my previous video. Okay. Katt Williams pretty much is discrediting his brother and challenging his brother's credibility, and he's pretty much saying that his brother Steven, which Tasha K referred to as Steve, has a history of mental health challenges, And Katt also was pretty much contradicting Steve's claim that he was estranged from his family by showing Tasha K photos and videos of their parents on stage with him at an event in Cincinnati and things like that. So this wasn't just like a regular thing, because Tasha K has now, I guess, removed clips or something or things from her previous interview. Or she's going to, okay? She pretty much states that that she was not really prepared for the allegations, the molestation allegations. She believed the interview will focus on Katt's childhood and their rocky relationship. She said immediately after the interview, she paused and she's like paused the release and contacted someone close to Katt Williams to get Katt's side and validate the story, stating that her platform was too controversial to air such a serious like claim such as that. She pretty much was saying that they would not air the content until Katt could respond. But so what was said next? They spoke on the phone for 2 hours. So Katt Williams and Tasha K spoke on the phone for 2 hours. Katt Williams had personally called her, and the paperwork is pretty much mental health paperwork, and that's his evidence of saying that, you know, that there are psychiatric records that he sent over to Tasha K showing his brother's history of being in and out of mental institutions since childhood. Of course, this is all about questioning his brother's credibility. And he also, you know, was going against being estranged from his parents. That they had recently shared a stage with him. Now, to be honest, I have to go look and see for myself, like the exact time frame or time point of this alleged stage appearance. He claims that his parents are financially secure because of him, and that his brother is just wanting money and that he's motivated by money pretty much. And Tasha K is pretty much saying that the brother has no receipts to like support his claims, and that in contrast, Katt Williams has paperwork and other evidence to back his side. And she's saying that I guess she took the interview down. I have not went to her website to see if it's down or not until further notice. Until further notice, the interview is down, and she publicly apologized for airing the content that I guess she would not have known if she would not have ran without knowing the psychiatric records beforehand. So I don't know what I will have to look at these psychiatric records myself to see what's in them and what is being discussed and what it's about. Like, do these records actually show or say that he made up his stories or he makes up stories about child sexual abuse? Like, what are the records actually showing besides that he was in a psychiatric ward or institution? But what for, and what was actually being said, or what was the purpose, or what's the reason for him being in there? Obviously Tasha K has been in a lot of hot water. She has to protect her platform. As a creator, you have to protect your platform. So if someone doesn't have receipts of what they're saying, or receipts are backing anything, then you're gonna want to remove it because you don't want to get sued. At the same time, what receipts can someone have of let's say someone was molested as a child? What receipts can you possibly have to prove that you were molested as a child? If you didn't go to the police, which a lot of people don't go to police, what proof would you have to back it, or what receipts would you have? So that's another thing people have to say about receipts. Depending on what time frame it was or when it happened, most children of a childhood molestation are not going to have no receipts of that besides their own memory of what happened. They're not going to have no receipt. Yeah, so we have to be careful with asking for a receipt of that too. And at the same time, I understand that that's, you also have to be careful as a creator by platform someone accuses it and someone's denying it, because now what happens if you're sued and you don't know who's telling the truth because you know, as protecting your platform. So let's listen to a little bit about what Jack has to say about the situation, and I'll give my further opinions, and I also have some messages from Katt Williams' brother as well. So let's go ahead and listen to what Jack has to say while I pull up these receipts from the brother. Well, not receipts, but his statements about the situation, okay?
Stuff. Why is it always the same script? Either you don't know what you're talking about, you got it from someone else and you're regurgitating information, you're a PDF, you're this, you're unstable, no one in the family really likes you, no one in the family really mind you, this all comes from people who are unstable on record. You know, Tasha K's biggest source against me is my half-sister, Lachelle, who everyone in my family knows is totally unstable. Long-term pharmaceutical addiction.
Jad, let's talk about who's unstable in your family, because your sister and others, I don't see them on here acting the fool or doing the things you're doing. So who's really the one that's unhinged as far as you and your siblings or relatives go? But yeah, so Tasha K was saying that Katt Williams came with paperwork of psychiatric history, and that Katt Williams didn't really threaten to sue her or anything, just wanted to say his side or present his side. And pretty much you probably would never have aired the interview with a psychiatric record, like of someone with a psychiatric record, I guess. Not here to lie about mental health and things. And if a victim comes to her, you know, she needs the paperwork. Like, she's on their side, but she needs paperwork, or she needs some sort of evidence for proof. And since Katt was the one that came with her, since Katt was the one that actually came with some sort of receipts, then she has to go by who has the receipts. Okay, so she has to go by who has the receipts. And if the brother have any receipts, then she's obviously not going to risk being sued. And no, she did not air the conversation. She had a 2-hour conversation with Katt Williams, but she did not make it public. She only went live discussing the details, but she did not make the conversation itself public. Now, will she ever make it public? I don't know. But so far, she has not. Okay, hold on.
And abusive. Also, a thief, a known liar, and everything that they've tried to push off on me as a parent is exactly what she is in real life as a parent. It's funny because these kinds of people always come online and they project who they were. And see, the reason why Tasha K was able to get a few people from my mother's side of the family to come and say a bunch of things about me is because they were upset that I exposed our family and all of the horrible essay history and the you know the abuse, you know, and all of that.
Yeah.
They were upset that I put that out there. They were upset that I was honest about some of the things that happened in the family. Of course, things that did not make them look well.
Right.
I'll never forget having a cousin call me saying, "Oh, well, the family's mad at you because you got us looking crazy out here." And I'm like, do I have y'all looking crazy out here? Or is the truth that the family is crazy and I'm just being honest about it? So see, this is what I don't understand. How do people like Tasha K have these platforms that people will spend all of this money? Because I want everyone to understand, if you spent $12.99 to go to her website to watch this mentally ill man, because that's what they're saying. Now, what I find even funnier is Tasha K is the one who leaked this information. So for those who like to say that I backpedal, no, see, a total backpedal, and allegedly she deleted the interview that she did with this man.
Now, I would say that she's pretty much saying that she needs receipts. And not everybody knows, let's be honest here. Tasha K has been sued by a lot of people. Cardi B, the name one, others. Tasha K is obviously being more cautious. She cannot be having all these lawsuits of people suing her. So if she got a receipt to back up certain things, then that will help her out if someone threatens to sue her or something. But if she ain't got no receipt, then she's risking her platform of being sued by airing certain things without a receipt. So she's just, you have to think about it from a creator perspective. From a creator's perspective, she has to try to make sure that she has receipts to back what she's saying. That's all it means, is that you have to have receipts as a creator. Or people can try to sue you and say that you're lying on them or you're defaming them. So you have to protect your platform. Okay?
So I think how does the story go? How did we hear it? Katt Williams reached out to Tasha K to let her know the truth about his brother, that his brother lied. He is in contact with his family. He does financially support his parents. He's the one that's in and out of mental hospitals. And apparently she was able to go and research the detail and find out he actually does have mental health background, and he's been in and out of mental facilities for quite some time. Now, what I find interesting is that when he came, or when his people came to us to try to get us to interview him a year ago, we didn't have to do no research. I knew it was off. I knew it was wrong. And I didn't know.
And even if we just imagine if we did, you already know how I do it. The case we're working on right now, how deep I be diving, right? I'm gonna find something and be like, yo, what's up with this? It would have been as simple as, okay, what's the background with you, bro? And we already kind of knew what he was on, so that's why I was just like, okay, whatever. I mean,
but y'all were just talking about Derek Cardello Smith. Y'all know I don't like talking about this, but because I'm gonna go off on somebody. Certain topics piss me off. Y'all too. Well, I wouldn't say, what was it? Well, yes, y'all too, and then also Grace. Y'all were just on here defending Derek Cardello Smith, who's in prison for rape of 2 women or possibly even more, and kidnapping, and telling people to send a rapist and a kidnapper money. And now y'all want to get on y'all platform and have this all of a sudden have all this ethical stuff and ethical beliefs and morals and values and principles when you were just on here supporting a rapist and telling people you think I forgot about it? No, I'm waiting for my receipts to fully blast y'all motherfuckers for telling your audience that this man is innocent, telling your audience where this man is located, to send him money for phone calls and for commissary so he could be eating some oodles and noodles and ramen noodles and some whatever they got in that damn jail, ho-hos and Twinkies and shit. He don't need to eat nothing in there. He need to starve to death, and I said it. Okay? So with that being said, y'all two are the last people out there. Y'all just made all these videos. All of y'all page y'all supporting and advocating for a rapist. Let that sink into y'all big old heads.
This guy alleged that Katt lied about being abused as a child. That's what he's saying in this now taken down interview. There's a lot of things that I just would have been like, the red flags just would have been up. Like, okay, so Katt's lying about not being abused as a child. So that's what you say. What did you say? What did you see?
You want to know what's funny? When Damore Hadley sat down with Trash the Grouch earlier this year, and she asked her, was she paranoid? And she said that her team did research, and it seemed like she was just paranoid about her claims regarding her mother and the Roc Nation infiltration into her life and the abuses that happened to her and her unlawful detainment and all of that. Paranoid. So your team does research on Damore, but they didn't do research on Steven? Like, when do your people actually do research? I'm curious, what kind of research do they do? Or is it that you're just looking for the most salacious, wildest thing, and whoever you can get on camera to come and say salacious?
Child, y'all know Jad was waiting for this. I told y'all she couldn't wait for this. Jad couldn't wait to talk about this so she could try to go after Tasha K, okay? Jad don't care about nothing about this situation. All she cared about is so she could put Tasha Transrena Kibi in her title in big font. Transrena, Tasha K. Tasha K. That's all Jag was wanting. Okay. Yeah, so Jag, you really just want to take Tasha K down. She really, really, really just wants Tasha K. She wants Tasha K to go down so bad. Like she could feel it in her bones, okay? Them big bones. She wants her to go down, baby, down. Burn, baby, burn. So Katt Williams was saying that his parents was just on stage with him, and I guess in Cincinnati when he was getting the keys to the city, and things like that. So what do y'all think about that? So he's pretty much saying, he showed Tasha K a video of, him on stage with his parents in Cincinnati when he received the key to the city. He also was denying, the financial claims. He was pretty much saying that he has spent hundreds, if not millions of dollars on his parents, confirming they are straight. They are good. They Gucci. And Katt asserted also, or was saying, that his brother just wants his money as a primary motive, his desire for money. And it was Katt Williams reaching out to Tasha K, about these allegations and saying that he was going to be transparent and open about everything, I guess. And Tasha K really was saying that Katt Williams did not shy away from any of the hard questions she asked him. So I'm wondering if Tasha K is going to release this or not. So whatever he has shown her, to be honest, I have not looked at these records and anything like that. Now will I probably look at it if this continues? Then maybe, possibly, because I have to look at what's being discussed and talked about. I have to have my receipts and information, right? So she took down the interview. So pretty much is not going to air content against a party who provided, evidence and paperwork of mental health history. Now, I really want to talk about this whole thing about mental health history because it's not for all situations, but it's going to be for some situations. Because I don't want it to get out there. Now, I understand the fact that people have receipts. So if someone has receipts and someone doesn't, if someone doesn't have receipts and it's a big allegation like that and you're a content creator, it's best to take it down from a creator perspective, because you can get sued for saying things or airing things like that on your platform. So if you don't want to get sued for something that you don't know 100% is true or not, then obviously it's best to take it out or remove it from your platform, to be honest, right? So from a creator's perspective, I get it. But from a public societal standpoint, it's best for me to actually make sure that this is understood. Outside of this situation is separate from this situation. We have to understand that bringing up someone's mental health to discredit any sort of sexual abuse allegations is not a receipt to debunk the actual sexual assault allegations. If they have, for your platform and to protect your platform, it's best to remove anything without a receipt. However, or, credible evidence or whatever, even like a police report or something. However, in general, someone saying that you can't believe someone's victimization because they went to a mental institution, that's not a good thing to put into society. Now, psychiatric records can prove or provide, a reference point to someone being in and out of mental institutions, and also if you can verify why they were in there, possibly it can be only directed towards proving some sort of mental health issues. Okay, that in and of itself is not enough to discredit someone. That's like saying that if someone is schizophrenic, then any story they tell you about their victimization or trauma is a lie, just because they have a mental illness. We don't want to reach those conclusions. A lot of times people say people are crazy or mental to discredit their truth or discredit their real victimization or their stories, or discredit anything about them. Oh, they're crazy, so now I don't believe anything about them. That's dangerous. Yeah. So showing proof that he has been in and out of mental institutions shows just that he has been in and out of mental institutions, and there's mental health um since he was a child, to go, to challenge his credibility as a witness and on this public space. Again, what the evidence does not do is, a mental health diagnosis does not mean a person is incapable of telling the truth, nor does it prove that the event that it never happened. Many victims of trauma, and in fact, we have to think about which comes first, the chicken or the egg. A lot of times people that are victims and are experiencing trauma, they later have mental issues because of the trauma that they've been through, and the victimization experience led to them to have to deal with certain issues or certain things, depending on what it is. So I would say we still need more information as to what was the actual psychiatric records about. Was it, if it were about him making up lies or something, and it was something like that, then maybe. But if it was about something totally different, some other mental health issue had nothing to do with these allegations, then we cannot conflate the two. So that's what I'm trying to get at. We cannot conflate two topics. One of someone alleging SA, and another with someone being in and out of mental institutions. We can't conflate the two. The only time you could conflate the two or join or combine is if you say that the psychiatric hospital visits were because of him being a liar about lying about a lot of things that was untrue or delusional or hallucinations pertaining to this issue. Then you could join those two, but until you join the two, you can't really legally or say that those two are one and the same, or they have anything to do with each other. Okay, let's say someone is mentally unwell, but then they are also a victim of childhood SA. So now you cannot say, just because they have if they say that I'm a victim of child SA, you can say, well, I have your hospital records and you were sent to a mental institution before. Okay, and then if you say someone was in mental health institution since they were a child, what happened when they were a child to make them in and out of mental institutions? Was it just what was the diagnosis for them to be in and out? So I would need to look at the documents, to be honest. Okay, was it, what kind of mental health disorder was it, or why was the 5-year-old in and out? I mean, not 5-year-old, but why was someone in and out at a young age? So I there's more questions than answers, right? So again, him being in and out of mental institutions is not proof that it never happened. And like I said, many victims of childhood SA or any victims of any crime, they struggle with mental health issues. So again, I'm not saying that Tasha K took it down because she doesn't believe the brother. I'm saying that she took it down, I believe, as a content creator. So let's be honest here. Let's be clear. Let me be clear. I believe that Tasha K's decision to take it down was because that who had some receipts. And I believe that she's trying to protect her platform, and she's trying not to get sued. So this is not me saying that Tasha K took it down because she doesn't believe anybody. It's because she took it down because she needs receipts to protect her platform from being sued. And that's what you have to do as a content creator. So she needs verifiable documentation or something for her platform, the safety of her platform. And since Katt Williams provided some receipts, those receipts, no matter what they were, they still were some receipts. And don't forget, he says, I guess that, the parents were on stage with him at his Keys to the City event. So I guess that was a receipt, feeling like that's a receipt to show that there is no estrangement. So did the brother say that they were 100% estranged, or was that he wasn't doing enough for the family? So I would have to go back and listen to the interviews to see if it said estrangement, as in there's no contact, or there's little being done, or more can be done. So I have to see the precise wording. And pretty much Katt's documents outweighed Steve, who didn't have any receipts of anything. And again, I will say, how can someone have receipts of anything happening as a child? We have to be careful with asking for receipts for SA, when a lot of times people are not going to have receipts, especially if there's a childhood SA and they never reported to police, which unfortunately a lot of people don't report it because a lot of people that are victims of childhood SA are afraid because it's a family member. They're afraid not to be believed. They keep it to themselves as a secret. They hide it, and even as an adults, they still haven't said anything to any authorities or police departments or police or anybody to make it on record to have a receipt of them reporting it. People say, "Oh, why you never reported it?" It's because people they don't report it because they don't feel like they believe. And some people, after a while, statute of limitations run out, and it's too late to report anything. By the time they feel like reporting, is probably too late, and their whole life has passed by. We have to start thinking about society, and instead of saying, why do people not report? Ask people, as this, why do people always victim blame and victim shame and discredit and talk down the victims and treat victims as if they are the gross ones or the disgusting ones, and weaponize essay against people and victim blame and say, oh, you shouldn't have been doing this or shouldn't have been doing that. You should have fought back. Why didn't you tell? Why? It's always the victim of what the victim should have did and what the victim shouldn't have done. And the focus should be on the perpetrator or the predator as to why did they do this and why they shouldn't have done that. And it should be more perpetrator focused. But to be honest, in society, it's the victim that carries the shame, the blame, the guilt, the everything that has happened. The victim carries it on their shoulder, while the perpetrator a lot of times just lives their life as if nothing happened. So that's how. So people that are victims, a lot of times they just consider themselves a survivor. Like, I'm a victim and I survived it, and they just live their life with this. So if you ask someone that is a grown up for a receipt of their childhood SA that they never reported, that's not right. Because yes, a lot of people it happened to them, but they don't have a receipt of that. So then now you're going to call them a liar because they don't have a receipt when they were a child. How could they actually have a receipt? So again, this is in general, and I'm saying this in general because I don't want it to be out there where we have to say receipt, and expecting that everything has to be receipt. And there was even some people that are grown that were something happened when they were grown and they never reported it, so there is no receipt. So we can't always expect a receipt for something. I'm a receipt channel, so I definitely go by receipts. But I also am not going to say that I expect a receipt for everything because a receipt is not going to be there. However, as a content creator, I can still be sued if I platform someone without a receipt. So if you have someone that you platform, they tell you their story and nobody comes forward or says anything, then you're fine. But if you have someone like Katt Williams coming forward saying it's not true, and that person has the money to sue you, you're going to be cautious as a creator and take it down because you don't have a receipt to counter them, and you could be sued and you're not a party to this case to know what's true or what's false, and then you're putting yourself in a middle situation. So as a creator, Tasha K has to have the responsibility that it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's about who has a receipt and to avoid being sued. So don't I wouldn't say I'm not coming at no Tasha K. I'm just clarifying two perspectives. One, from a creator perspective, protecting your platform, removing anything without a receipt. And two, from a human perspective and outside of being a creator, in general and in life, you cannot ask for a receipt for childhood victimization because people are not going to have a receipt of that unless they report it to police. And a lot of people don't report it because it's someone they love, or trust, a part of the family, a part of the community that's respected or trusted, and people might not believe them, and so they keep it to themselves. They don't tell, so then there's no receipt of it. But yeah, and a lot of times in life, and even in court and in general, a person's mental health or their history is often presented as something to suggest that they're unreliable witness, they're unreliable, they're a liar. So everything, since they have mental illness, you can't believe anything they say. that's problematic. But if there was some sort of evidence, like physical evidence, or some other people stepping forward or coming forward, or some other receipts, then, you know, but he doesn't have any receipts. So then Tasha K has to protect her platform and remove it. And don't forget, outside of that situation, he was saying that he was not estranged from his family, and that the family estrangement story was false. So that also went against, I guess he's saying that there's issues with the family or with his parents. Now, I remember the interview a little bit. I think he was saying that he wasn't really taking care of the family as much as he should be, the parents as much as he should be. I don't know if he suggested complete estrangement where there's no communication, but then he should be doing more because he has a lot of money. Now, will I be honest that I see that there's jealousy there as far as Katt Williams having more money? As I said in my other video, I do believe there was jealousy there as far as him having a lot of money. If you have a sibling, they have a lot of money and they're well off and you're not, you're gonna be jealous, if we're being honest. So yes, do I believe that there's jealousy there, as Katt Williams is pointing out, as far as money goes? Yes. But am I gonna say that I don't believe a story because someone has mental illness? No, I need more. It needs to be more than just saying they were in and out of mental institutions to discredit their story of childhood essay. I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm saying that I'm not going to comment on it because besides the point that providing psychiatric records, unless in those records it shows that he's lying, then I don't know. Okay. So hold on a second. So let's actually look at this video right here.
But here's what you might not know about Katt Williams. He has quietly... He's going to be leaving your community. He's going to be leaving here. You all going to be still here. And we got work to do. So I want to say thank you. I appreciate you. But I appreciate all of you for being who you are. God bless you. Yeah. But here's what you might not know about Katt Williams. He has quietly, generously helped a lot of people in need, and I hear stories about it all the time. He is out there helping people, not taking credit. Here's the other thing. Katt is a father of 10 children. 10 children. 3 of them, check this out, 3 are biological, 7 are adopted. I love that. As an adoptive mother myself, that makes me love him even more because he's taking care of our children. So thank you, Katt, for that. Avondale and all of Cincinnati should be extremely proud to honor our own.
So Katt Williams, I guess Tasha K said that Katt provided this video showing that his family was, when he was there, his parents were there, I guess, when he received the keys to the city, I guess about 6 months ago. So showing that it's no estrangement there. Okay, so Tasha K has removed that interview. So now I'm gonna show some messages. So let's see what the brother had to respond to this whole situation. So let me actually pull up that. So while I'm pulling that up, let me actually pull that up. Let's listen to Jag a little bit more before I pull that up.
Crazy things to gaslight the public into believing a bunch of lies about someone who they love, someone who they trust.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how that works. It's just wild to me that people actually spend $12.99 a month. So all of those people who spent money to watch this interview that allegedly now has been taken down because she feels like she got played. How did you get played? You didn't get played. You didn't do your research. And you platformed a man that was mentally ill. What it sounds like to me.
Oh my gosh. Jag is really saying that Tasha K platformed a man that's mentally ill while she herself has been in and out of mental institutions. And you know, and claims that, you know, you have mental health issues yourself. What are you talking about? She's gonna be like, no, I wasn't. It was Goomba. Goma wrongfully put me in there. I wasn't supposed to be in there, girl. Everybody can just see your records that you've been in and out of mental institutions. So what are you talking about?
Is that somebody reached out to you and let you know you got X amount of time, especially with your background of being sued for lying on entertainers. You got X amount of time to take that down, or we're going to start posting up the documents that prove that this man is meant.
Nah, that's not what Tasha K said. She said that she was not threatened by, that he wanted to present his side and tell his side, but she was not threatened by him. So what are you talking about? You up there making up shit. She said that she was not threatened by him, just wanted his side told. Katt Williams just wanted his side. You want Tasha K to be sued because you're a pocket watcher and you're a jealous bitch. You're jealous of Tasha K. You want to be Tasha K, but you'll never be Tasha K. You even want to be Candace Owens. You're over there pocket watching her. You're mad. See, y'all, let me tell you why Jad mad, because Tasha K has her Tasha K fan, like her page, and she got $12.99. It's $12.99 per membership, right? Press 2 in the chat if you remember Jad when she was on View It. Those were the days when Jad was on View It. She was trying to get everybody to sign up for View It, and she only had about 20-something members. I think the max members she had was 20-something members, 12 to 20-something members on her View It, and she thought she told all her moderators they're gonna be millionaires, they're gonna make a bunch of money on View It. They're gonna give away a Jeep or something's like, they're gonna give away a car. And then on View It, she barely had anybody sign up. And so Jag is mad now because she's mad that other people are, like Tasha K has her website and membership website. She has all the people paying $12.99 to watch Tasha K, including her. And she barely could get 20 members on her View It website. So now she's pressed that she's barely making any money on any of that.
Mentally ill, and that you platformed a mentally ill man to go after someone's persona, someone's professional reputation, to destroy it. What was even sicker though was that leading up to your interview with this person, you attached the Reggie Carroll story to it, or is everyone forgetting that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You used Ray J crying about how his mama and his sister don't love him no more. You used all of this to pump this interview up with this man. And you call me mentally ill? What kind of sicko weirdo do you have to be? You brought his brother online. Welcome, Crystal. You brought his brother online to line him up as a PDFer, to make all kinds of wild claims about him, to invalidate anything that he has to say. And then you sat there and you used Reggie Carroll to inflame people. Because everybody in comedy love Reggie Carroll, and you did this and you did that. And y'all, I'm not saying that y'all, I believe this is how you did it, Tasha. I'm not saying that you need to believe everything that's said in this interview. I'm saying that you need to store it in the back of your mind and just, because I'm telling you what happened with Reggie.
I want to see Tasha K as, what's her name? Katt Williams about Jaguar Wright and to verify the story of Jaguar Wright. I wish that was a question. I wish that she asked him, have you ever fucked Jaguar Wright? And see what he would say. That's what I want to know. Did you rub on that bald head of Jag's bald head? Did you rub on that bald head? Did you spread her butt cheeks and see the dingleberries in the crack of her ass with your Kevlar? I want to know. I want to know.
Carroll and this and that and whoopty woo and yada yada and blah blah and Reggie Carroll, because Reggie Carroll was, and everyone loved him, and Katt didn't do this. But I'm just saying, you need to keep it in the back of your mind. And then you aired this. You had several content creators, including Uda on the Go, or Uda on Go, promoting this video that you did with a man that you didn't even bother to check. any of his background or any of the things that he was saying. You got nothing. All you needed was that he was Katt Williams' brother. And see, this is why we're talking about this. Because I want everybody to think about all of the hit pieces that she does on people. I was not going to let this go unacknowledged or unchecked, because see, this is internet gaslighting for profit. I want y'all to think about everything that we've talked about today.
Listen, all Jag is ever saying is for profit, for profit. Jag is the biggest pocket watcher. For profit, for profit, for profit. For profit, for profit. All she does is pocket watch people. She's over there mad because Tasha K got her membership platform. And she's over there mad because Candace Owens getting all those super stickers.
From the brick lady. Gaslighting the public. Gaslighting the internet for profit. Unfortunately for her, the authorities decided that they was going to take her to court over it, that they was going to press charges, and they was going to do that. It's funny, of everyone that we talked about today, the only person that, the normal, regular, everyday person. Isn't that interesting? That's the person that's being charged. I want y'all to think about that. Why has nobody ever asked Tasha K to get my sister Lachelle Wright Wallace, Lachelle Angela Fields Wright Wallace, on camera to confirm all of the lies that she's told about me over the course of the past 5 years? Why? Why has there never been an in-camera interview?
Why is that your sister's full name?
Said it herself in her so-called 3-part expose.
Why are you doxing your sister's full name again?
That Lachelle confirmed all of these terrible things that she's saying about me is true, but she refused to go on camera. All they care about is profit. We talked about Candace Owens and all of her so-called exposés that lead to nowhere, with no real conclusion to anything other than the fact that she's made almost $1 million in less than 6 months. Gaslighting the public.
There's jealousy here because I've already said that she's a cloud chaser, grifter, and she's good at marketing. She is great at marketing. Think about it. She put the First Lady of France, Bridget Macron, on her t-shirt and gave her Man of the Year award and put Times Man of the Year. Even Times actually kind of shared that post a little bit, right? So she was laughing at it. So Candace Owens is great at marketing. You're jealous about it. Obviously, she's not going to finish anything because that's not the point. She's making money off of just, giving people something to do with these unsolved mysteries. How can she make a whole series about becoming Bridget, about how a brother turned into his sister? How a brother somehow became Bridget and turned into his little sister. And then she made a bunch of money off of it. And then she she put that white lady on her shirt and those shirts sold out. She made a bunch of money off of a dumb lie. Okay. But now she's getting sued. So, she made all that money, but now she's getting sued. But now they sue her in the wrong jurisdiction, I believe. So I believe it's the wrong jurisdiction. They should have sued her in Tennessee, where she's at, where her business is at. And she says she's in a basement in Tennessee. They should have sued that basement in Tennessee. So now, that might get dismissed and they have to restart in Tennessee. Right? Yeah. So, so Candace is making a bunch of money off of lies, and Jag is not making any money. She's making money off of lies, but at one point, Jag was making about $10,000 a month on YouTube, but that has dwindled down now to about $3,000, she said. Now, that's out of her own mouth. And that's possibly because before she was jagging out and acting crazy, and now she's, not really jagging out as much as she used to. So now her money has went down. With that being said, Jacqueline is just jealous. Now that she's not getting that $10,000 a month like she used to on YouTube, she's jealous of other people and pocket watching everybody else to see how much money they're making, like Candace Owens and even Tasha K. She's wondering how she can be those people and make that money.
From Brigitte Macron to Charlie Kirk, Britney Spears. The way the media is now back to gaslighting the public. regarding this woman, and yet nobody wants to talk about the clear lineup that has happened to her life since the breakup with Justin Timberlake in 2002. I want y'all to think about that. That's 23 years. They've been going in on her life. 23 years. All for profit. And this leads us to this story. You platformed someone that has a legitimate mental health diagnosis. You didn't bother to look into this person. You didn't bother to check and verify anything that he said. See,
I'm sorry, but I cannot take Jag seriously. I can't take Jag seriously because she keeps on saying she platformed someone with the mental health issues. Huh? So I gotta listen. I gotta see what mental health issues are we talking about here, because what are you talking about platform someone with mental health issues? You have mental health issues. A number of people have mental health issues. What are we talking about? I'm confused on like that being a topic, a platform. You have to tell me more about why you're just saying mental health issues. Is that that makes someone unreliable, disqualified automatic because they have mental health issues? We have to be careful with these conversations. So what else can you add to it? You platform someone with mental health issues and then add on to it. Like you platform someone with mental health issues and that person is a known pathological liar and they lied about XYZ and they have delusions, they have hallucinations, they see things that are not there, they have delusions, and as well they have auditory hallucinations, they have persecutory delusions. Tell me more about what about their mental health makes them unbelievable, unreliable, or why we can't believe what they're saying. You have to give me more, because what's dangerous is to say if someone has mental health, we can't platform them because everyone with mental health issues is a liar and they're not going to be believable. That's crazy, because a lot of times people that are victims, they end up having mental health issues because of their victimization. So we have to be careful. That's why I spoke on this topic, because I want to make sure that we have the correct information out here as far as how we can talk about these topics. And not conflate the two with someone being mentally unwell or having mental health issues as not being believable in their stories. That's a dangerous way to talk about this topic. So a person with mental health issues is also, and you have to add on and give me more information as to what makes their story a lie. And it can't just be because they have mental health issues. There has to be more to it. Okay.
neither did we. We just said no. That's the difference. We just said no.
You said no, you were not interested because you know that you have been saying that you're a ex-lover of Katt Williams. So I think you try to avoid certain things with Katt Williams, to be honest, because you don't want to be called out. That's why Tasha K, while she was on the phone with Katt Williams, even though you're insignificant and irrelevant, she probably didn't think about you. But now that she has his number, it'd be great for Tasha K to have, a conversation about Jag and all the lies she has said about Katt Williams. Now, I don't know if it's a lie or truth, but I don't believe it. I don't think he gave. Jag said that Katt Williams gave her $20,000 and he was her birthday gift. I want to see what he has to say. Like, I want to hear both sides of the story. It's not just hers. Like, what really, I want to know. I want to know.
But see, it's the internet lineup of it all. Because see, all summer long, especially since Reggie Carroll passed away, people have been coming for Katt Williams' neck. Am I wrong about that? They've been coming at Katt Williams' neck all through the Diddy trial, coming at Katt Williams' neck. After Reggie Carroll passed away, they kept trying to push it. They kept trying to push it. They kept trying to push that story. Katt Williams is responsible for Reggie Carroll's demise. Katt Williams is responsible for Reggie Carroll's demise. And it wouldn't take hold no matter who they got to talk about it. No matter who they got to talk about it. And then the next thing you know, they go and they find this brother. And this isn't me attacking him at all. But you wouldn't need to take the interview down if you weren't in legal trouble. I just want to know, when are people online going to start holding these people who like to gaslight and inflame people with less than credible information that really don't add up and go to nowhere? People that sit there online for hours upon hours upon hours trying to convince you to either hate someone, defame someone.
Jack, I want to know, where are the victims of Epstein Island? Where are the Diddy freak off tapes? Where are the sound products? Where is the police footage? Where is your receipts about Jay-Z? Where are your receipts about Diddy? Where are your receipts at? You ask everybody else for their receipts and 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 their evidence of what they have. I have never really seen a good Jaguar Wright receipt that proves exactly what it's supposed to prove. Where are your receipts for all your industry and inside connections and this and that? Where are Jag's receipts? Oh, that's what I'm going to actually make. Where are the receipts? Where are the receipts for Jaguar Wright? You all saying, I want to know what the receipts, the Jaguar Wright receipts are. You have fake. You also have fake people around you. A bunch of scams and fake shit going on. Ada Santiago, a scammer. Sloth, fake psychologist. Your last moderator, the Dare Bird, scam people out of $1,000. There's still no lawsuit, a real lawsuit. The other shit sitting there, and the other things are invisible. The other one over there grifting off of the domestic violence situation. It's like a bunch of scam and people filing frivolous lawsuits. It's a bunch of scammers and grifters. And then there's Tammy Wallace is missing or kidnapped, and then Ronnie Bo, Mr. He got taken in by police and interrogated, and he's missing. It's just, and then Grace is a therapist, Lisa is a therapist, that other lady Megan is a doctor. It's like a whole circus. And Jad did say that before. Welcome to the circus. Yeah, welcome to the circus, because that's what it was. It's just, I was on here and the Avengers were on here, just on here to debunk and call out all the fuckery. And now fast forward, Jag is now defending and been an activist and advocate for a rapist named Derek Cardello Smith, which I do have some receipts coming. And Jag, I can't wait to pop you, because like you're defending a rapist. And I'm telling you right now, as I said with Ada, jump ship, because once those receipts come in, it's gonna be damning, and it's gonna take a big old dent in your credibility. So if I was you, I would get out that Derek Cardello Smith, and I would move to a different topic, because he's gonna be fully exposed, and you're gonna be. When I say you're claiming to be an SA advocate, and when those receipts come in and you're still claiming to protect him, it's not going to be a good look. And I warned you before, and I warn you again, jump ship. So, Katt Williams' brother did make some posts on social media about, the whole Tasha K removing that interview, and Katt Williams, his brother, having a conversation with his Katt Williams.
Finally made it back home off that road, man. Feels good. Be back. You gotta love sleeping in your own bed, Oh. Let's get to it. More news. It's interesting the way they designed this game. When it comes to regular people having issues that they might need to bring to the forefront, that they might need to put in front of the eye of the media. A lot of people don't understand what that process looks like. Most people are trying to go through that from the perspective of an entertainer, an artist, actress. You know what I'm saying? They take it, attack those goals because they already have an interest. Not the case in dealing with me. Wasn't trying to be an actor, still not trying to be, in the entertainment industry. People are like, oh, he's broke. Oh, he's got money issues. Weird bitches. I live in Los Angeles, California, bitch. Money's always gonna be the motive, right? And the mission, regardless. But for your information, I couldn't get any clout. Like, how does a person get clout? By telling something damning that happened to them, like the retardedness of the whole thought process. That's like telling a rape victim that somehow they're getting kudos by telling on the person that raped them. Like, that's fucking weird. Two, it's funny. Why y'all so mad? You don't fuck this nigga, eat with this nigga, none of that. He makes jokes. He makes jokes. Good jokes. But that doesn't mean you can't have a bad character and be funny. Ooh, top of it, everybody. Top of the morning, top of the morning. Finally made it back home off that road, man. Feels good. Be back. You gotta love sleeping in your own bed, you know?
So yeah, that's why I always say I always want to hear both sides of the story. I don't want to just hear what Katt Williams has to say, or even just what his brother has to say. I want to hear what both sides have to say so I can make an informed decision and listen to both for myself and then go from there. If you just listen to one side, then what are you gonna do? So if you've been following my channel for a long time, that's my goal, is to hear both sides or all sides of a situation, and then I'll go from there and make my decision or my opinion or have a full assessment of the situation. It's always been my thing. Okay, so yes, I have reached out to the brother who has messaged a couple of times now, and that's because I always want to hear all sides of the story. I don't want to just hear one. Okay. And for anything I cover, I always try to see it from all perspectives and get all sides, or to look at it from all angles. That's the best position in the house. The best seat in the house is seeing all sides and not just one side, because you're not going to get a good picture or a good understanding of what's happening. And just like with the whole Ralph and Freeman situation, yes, Ralph is a content creator. Yes, he has a platform. Yes, he gave his side, but I didn't know anything about Freeman or Freeman's side of the story. So he wanted me to investigate and look into it. So I reached out to Freeman to get Freeman's side of the story. And then I'm not saying I take this side or that side. I need to hear both sides, and then I can make my next move or my next decision. I like to hear all sides of a story. Okay, that's just to be fair. Because if someone was having an issue with me, I would want whoever stepping in or looking in or reporting on it to hear my side of the story and that person. I would want them to be fair. I wouldn't want them to just hear one side and then just go off. Hear both sides and get both sides, my side and their side, and then at least you're now making an informed decision, or going live based on both perspectives.
Oh, let's get to it. More news. You know, it's interesting the way they design this game. When it comes to regular people having issues that they might need to bring to the forefront, that they might need to put in front of the eye of the media, you know, a lot of people don't understand what that process looks like. Most people are trying to go through that from the perspective of an entertainer, an artist, actress, you know what I'm saying? They take it, they attack those goals because they already have an interest. Not the case in dealing with me. Wasn't trying to be an actor, still not trying to be, you know, in the entertainment industry. People are like, oh, he's broke. Oh, he's got money issues. Weird bitches. I live in Los Angeles, California, bitch. Money's always gonna be the motive, right? And the mission, regardless. But for your information, I couldn't get any clout. Like, how does a person get clout? By telling something damning that happened to them. Like, the retardedness of the whole thought process. That's like telling a rape victim that somehow they're getting kudos by telling on the person that raped them. Like, that's fucking weird. Two, it's funny. Why y'all so mad? You don't fuck this nigga, eat with this nigga, none of that. He makes jokes. He makes jokes. Good jokes. But that doesn't mean you can't have a bad character and be funny. Ooh, top of it, everybody. Top of the morning, top of the morning.
This shit ain't about money. This shit ain't about.
I got my microphone off. I'm here talking to myself. So right here, he says, Stephen Williams, Katt Williams' brother says, no matter how much, it says certified TTG, no matter how much therapy I get, you're still a pedophile, woman beater, sir. Now let's get back to these receipts. Since 2014, SSI denial paperwork was all you had. It's my turn again. So he's saying that the documents are SSI denial paperwork was all you had. So I don't know what's in those documents as far as the court records and PACER. I have not looked at them. So he said, since 2014, SSI denial paperwork was all you had. It's my turn again at Katt Williams. So child, let me tell y'all something. The brother said that something will be dropping or something happening on Monday. I don't know what it is, but something happened on Monday. I don't know. So he says, no matter how much therapy I get, you're still a pedophile woman beater, sir. Now let's get back to these receipts. In 2014, SSI denial paperwork was all you had. It's my turn again. So he's saying that all Katt Williams has is some SSI denial papers or something. And he says Katt, and it says at Katt Williams. And then it says, Tasha K, he shared Tasha K's post, says, at this time, we remain fans of Katt Williams and will continue to seek truth with integrity and respect for all parties involved. Thank you for your understanding as we strive to bring you the most accurate, fair, and responsible storytelling possible. Give us 48 hours to remove all of the clips. See you all tomorrow for Fuckery Friday. Oh my gosh, I just realized when she said Fuckery Friday that there's another person on here that copied hers with a rhyming way of saying that. Oh my gosh. So Tasha K, Knows It Whole Live, and myself has been targets of this stalker. That's so creepy. I just realized she said Fuckery Friday and someone copied that. Oh my gosh, creepy. So why did that person was unmodded by Tasha K? Creepy. Yikes. Creep factor. Like the creep factor, like bells are like ringing off.
What's dangerous is when
it says, now he says, never mind me, conveniently, I'm just suffering from mental health. And then he has the smug face, like the side face,
the universe pick you and you put on the magic glasses. There's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things that they're supposed to be. You see things as they are. You can never force nobody else to wear them. What's dangerous is when the universe pick you and you put on the magic glasses.
Ask me a serious one about young comedians. About young girls, that's me right now.
Him being 32, fucking me.
So he made that post, of course, by Katt Williams. And he says, I SSI denial papers is all you have. So we will see. He said, now this is what he sent to me. I'm gonna show some message he sent to me in just a second as well. Hold on. So he's pretty much saying Katt Williams' brother says Stephen Williams is saying something will be dropped Monday or something will be happening on Monday. So we will see what that is. But hold on.
Away from someone. Like, I want y'all to think about that. And they do all of this for profit. So here we are. This is the world that we're living in. Gaslight
Okay,
Central.
we're going to do on this Saturday, we're going to do one round, the number game. So pick a number between 1 and 200. Again, that's one round, the number game. Pick a number between 1 and 200. I put 200 so the game won't last for too long because the live is not going to last too much longer. So pick a number between 1 and 200 to win the prize for the number game. If you've already won twice, you cannot play again. If you've already won twice, you cannot play the number game.
Anybody can just get online and make up anything that they want and say whatever they want and try to convince people of nonsense. You gotta know it's bad in wino land when they're platforming mentally ill people with actual diagnosis. And let's just be clear, I've been ran into the hospital where people tried to put a mental health diagnosis on me, and I passed on my psych evaluation.
Oh, there she goes. She called herself. Jag realized that she was being hypocritical. She's like, "Oh, wait a minute. I've been in and out of mental health." Girl, you already know you have bipolar disorder and whatever else. Your husband Guma said you have bipolar disorder with psychotic features. Nevertheless, that's still mental health issues. That's still under the umbrella and category of mental health. So yeah. So what are you talking about again, Toots?
Yeah, that's why they're called influencers. The question is, what are they influencing? They need to stop calling them influencers and start calling them influenza. brain rot. It's funny how that works. Demore Hadley, nobody wanted to believe that. And now that there are some pertinent updates, I'm not sure whether or not we're going to be doing a video or we're going to be doing a live about it, but I just find it interesting how everyone was so willing to believe that Desiree Perez had a leg to stand on. Well, apparently, a judge has now agreed that the evidence that was shown wasn't a mistake and wasn't her making a big deal out of nothing. No, those charges are moving forward. I want you guys to think about that. Why is it that people have to fight to get people to believe them when they're saying, hey, someone...
You're making up stuff, Jag. You're making up stuff. Listen, when it comes to Demore Hadley, I was actually fair in that situation. I actually said that her mom went too far. I said her mom went too far, so what are you talking about? I said the mom went too far, even though her daughter is in an abusive relationship. And I also said Demore Hadley is lying for her man that is abusive. But the mom did go too far with her resources and money to try to get her daughter away from an abuser. The only thing I simply said in that situation was, from a person that can look at everything from every viewpoint, I can see why a mother that truly loves their daughter, or a controlling one at least, but a one that loves their daughter, and had a totally different relationship with their daughter before a man came into the picture and was abusive towards their daughter, and they have video evidence and other evidence of their daughter being abused by this man. And she used her money and resources to try to get them to break up or break them up. And that's wrong. She should not have done all the stuff she has done. It's like a Lifetime movie, to be honest. And just because I can say that I can understand that if you know someone in an abusive relationship and they're being beat on and they're being mistreated and they're calling out for help and they're being mistreated in that way, you want them to leave the abuser. You want them to get away. You want them to like know their worth and get someone else. So that's why you would then say, hey, you would probably do something like that. But I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying I can see why that would happen.
Lying on me. Hey, someone's setting me up. Why is that? Why does someone have to sit there and beg people to believe them when they're saying, hey, this person is setting me up. This person is gaslighting me. Nobody wants to believe that. You got to fight to prove it. But do they have to fight? The people that are doing the gaslighting, do they have to fight to get people to believe them? Or do they just get millions upon millions upon millions of views? I mean, Odell, what do you think about that? Why are people so quick to believe gaslighters?
Did he fall asleep? Did he fall asleep on your ass again, child? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I think Dusty done fell asleep. Dusty done, you done put Dusty to sleep. Child, I'm listening to you more than your man listen to you, child. A mess. Say prayers. You done put him to sleep. I'm gonna put you to bed. Not in the way that you hoping, child, but you put him in the bed.
They've been going after him, but it's funny because nobody wants to take into consideration that he's not allowing his career to be controlled by the masses, or the industry. He's literally running his own shop.
Channel went down, child.
He's not being booked by Live Nation. He's setting up his own thing. I want you guys to think about all of this. Like, this is the system imposing its will. That's what this is. But when it gets to the point where you can just platform anything or anyone, and people just really get to say whatever they want. And there's a lot of people that would accuse me of a lot of things, but at the end of the day, everything that I said, turns out it was true. And I think that's the thing that really bothers people more than anything. But understand this. We did not research him. We did not know about his mental health diagnoses or what was going on with him. We didn't know any of that. Something smelled rotten in Denmark, and we just decided we were going to skip it.
Now, you didn't want to, you were afraid of the brother reaching out to you for an interview because, let me tell y'all the truth.
My. I knew that the brother.
You knew that if that brother was going to reach out to you for that interview,
he was going to expose me. That brother would have got on my platform and started asking me questions about Katt Williams. And once he started asking you questions
about Katt Williams, that shit would have went downhill because you wouldn't know nothing about Katt Williams.
I wouldn't know nothing about Katt Williams because I lied about the Kevlar and the $20,000 and how he was my birthday gift. And I think it was a setup. He had his brother to try to reach out to me and interview with me so then they can set me up and frame me and, and get me to say all kind of things. And,
you were scared about being questioned and interrogated, and then you was being set up because the brother was going to come on there and say, how you know my brother, when you met my brother, what day was it, what year was it, what month was it? What was he wearing? What was he doing? How he gave the $20,000 in tens or ones or $100 bills? He would have asked you a lot of questions about your encounter with Katt Williams. What state was it in? What city? What area? What house? What place? When, where, why, who? He would have asked you all these questions. You were scared that this was a rundown of Katt Williams' brother to get you on. You were scared of being exposed. That's why you turned it down. Oof. You were scared of being exposed. Imagine that you're lying on Katt Williams and making up stuff about Katt Williams. And then his brother reaches out to you and say he wants you to interview him. Of all people, he wants you to interview him. Be like, oh no, you up to something.
You up to no good. You trying to set me up. You trying to ask me questions about your brother.
That you thought it was a setup. Jag thought she was being lined up. That's the only reason she didn't turn. That's why she turned it down. Why would she turn around an interview like that when she's a messy bitch that does all this shit? It's because Jag thought she was being lined up and set up to expose her whole thing. And that's why Jag never told nobody about it. Her having the opportunity to interview Katt Williams' brother, she never told a soul. She never told anybody. She ain't tell nobody in the sector, in this space, nobody about this whole message and this whole thing. But why wouldn't she say that? Why wouldn't she brag about like you bragged about it before, like now? Because she didn't want nobody to know about it because she didn't want anyone to call her out about this whole thing because she's afraid of being exposed by Katt Williams himself to tell her that she's a damn liar about that Kevlar, the $20,000 and this whole birthday gift. She's afraid of being exposed. Because even the brother is questioning how close Jag is to him. Because if you're so close, Tasha K is close enough to get him on the phone to call her. But Jag, you're not close enough to get on the phone and call Katt Williams, say, rain, rain, rain. Katt Williams, my former fuck buddy, my former fuck friend, my former lover, my former John that, Johnny Popcorn gave me $20,000 for what? For this bald-headed bitch, greasy bitch. 20 stacks. What's up? Guess what? Your brother just tried to hit me up to interview him. So I'm just giving you a heads up that your brother trying to expose you. But you can't do that because you don't got Katt Williams' phone number, unlike Tasha K that was on the phone. And that's why you pressed that transrena, because she was on the phone with your man, the person you wish was your man. Tasha K was just on the phone with Katt Williams, who you claimed to have fucked this up for $20,000, bitch. You fucked this up for $20,000, but you can't get him on the phone. So he paid $20,000 for some trash coochie or what? Because why he paying $20,000 and he don't want to talk to you or fuck with you no more? So what, he want a refund? Let me find out that Katt Williams want a refund for that tuna fish snatch. Let me find out that he want a refund for that bald head scallywag. Ain't got no hair in the front or back. Just on the top middle, just a little section that's pushed back. A mess, a mess, a mess. So anyways, the brother says, he said, I find it hilarious. Katt is giving very much desperate. So this is what he says to about the situation. This Katt, the brother says, I find it hilarious. Katt is giving very much desperate, especially to pull out an SSI denial letter from 2014, the same year of Malik's death, is wild. So he's saying it's an SSI denial letter or something that he's speaking on, that he's pulling out this letter. Now, for devil's advocate, SSI denial letter, why is someone get denied from SSI if they actually qualify? It says, keep in mind, I left Katt the first time at the end of 2003. I did not return to California and been around Katt until 2013 when I received a Facebook call from his children from foster care. So I need to go back and watch some more of Tasha K. But he says, keep in mind, I left Katt the first time at the end of 2003. I did not return to California and been around Katt until 2013 when I received a Facebook call from his children from foster care. As for the other lies, laugh not loud, wait for it. Monday will be hilarious too. So that's a message to from the brother, and that's his response. He says, Monday, as for the other lies, laugh not loud, wait for it. Monday will be hilarious too. So we will see what's going to happen on Monday. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about, what's going to be happening Monday, but that's the little thing. And so I guess we'll be looking forward to Monday to see what's actually going to be, the brother's going to post or expose or post whatever. So y'all, I guess it's going to be Katt Williams versus his brother and bald-headed Jag. And she's still going to be trying to go at Tasha K. A mess, a mess, a mess. So we will see, we will see.
But I want y'all to think about where he ended up and where he was not only platformed, but promoted. Multiple content creators. I can think of at least 10 different platforms that came forward. Katt Williams was just accused of the unthinkable. Katt Williams was just accused of being a PDFer. Katt Williams was this, Katt Williams was that. And guess what? How many of them are going to do videos about this man's mental health diagnosis that they helped promote that shwill? And are they going to denounce Trashy the Grouch for this interview? Are any of the people...
man, why would we denounce Tasha K for an interview? That doesn't make any sense. She did an interview. She took it down because she doesn't want to get sued because she needs receipts. So we will see how this all unfolds and what happens next. Okay? But that's, people are not going to denounce her because she's protecting her platform. Everybody know about Tasha K. Child, she said her money overseas, child, you know, back in Africa. She already got pay Cardi B. I ain't got it. She trying to be Tierra Marie, you know. Well, I guess she ain't got it. She already got lawsuits, you know, and other shit going on. She ain't trying to get sued some more about nobody else. She want to be sued by everybody. So if somebody come and say that something ain't true and they showing receipts or something, she's gonna take it down to protect her platform. And she's gonna wait for more receipts and more stuff. That's what it is. I mean, I would take down anything if I don't have receipts and if I feel like I'm gonna get sued and I already been sued before. Right? So that's just protecting her platform. She's not saying that she doesn't believe the story about his essay. She's not saying that. She's saying that she doesn't have receipts, so to protect her platform, I guess she's taking that down for now. Right? And I'm saying, just as a responsible creator, to let everyone know, I don't want anyone to go away thinking that just because someone doesn't have a receipt of childhood essay that they shouldn't be believed, because that's dangerous. That's setting a dangerous ideology or thinking or thought process or thinking, talking about whatever. It's setting a dangerous precedent to believe that.
Who ran with that story gonna hold her accountable for platforming someone who's mentally ill with a proven mental health diagnosis?
You're mentally ill. You have a mental health diagnosis. Yes, that's why you even qualify for a diversion program for mental health. Please stop.
Not gossip, not what I said, not possible doctored receipts. None of that. Who's gonna hold her accountable? Am I gonna be the only person on social media that's gonna say, has it gotten that bad over there, Toots, that you gotta go to Arkham Asylum to find people to interview? That's how bad it is out here in these streets. That your exclusives come from Arkham Asylum. But then again, most of the people that you clientele with belong there as well, including you. Because in my opinion, it don't get much mentally more unwell than that chick over there. Like, are we forgetting that she's constantly bringing up her own child abuse in her interviews? Constantly. Because she kept talking about how she was abused at home, how her mother allowed her to be abused at home, trying to get him to confirm that he had been abused by Katt Williams. Like, you gotta be real evil to want to make somebody a child PDF. And she did. No, well, you know, my mother loved me. And if I was your mother, and maybe your mother, and you know, your mother, and because my mother did this, and my mother did that, and my mother let this happen to me, and my mother let that happen to me.
See, that's the issue, Jack. You're talking about two separate things here. She removed the video because of not having a receipt, not because she's saying that it's a lie. You're trying to act like all of a sudden that everything he said is a lie now, and that those psychiatric records prove that everything is a lie. That's not what it's about. It's about not being able to have a receipt of the allegations. It's not saying that he lied about the essay, because that's going to be, you know, I haven't heard Tasha K say that she believes that everything is a lie, you know. So with that being said, she took it down because she obviously nobody wants to get sued and they don't have a receipt. So Katt Williams came with certain receipts, so that's why she took it down. And she's saying that, you know, the brother didn't have any receipts of what he was saying. And I'm saying that we can't expect receipts of childhood essay, but even though we cannot expect receipts, it's still going to be a problem for Tasha K because she needs a receipt to protect her platform. It's like a catch-22. We already know that you cannot have a receipt of everyone's childhood essay experience if they didn't report it to police. However, without that receipt, if you're on a platform talking about it and someone is saying you're lying on them, the creator has to take it down to protect their platform, because if it is just for happen to be a lie or wrong, the creator can get sued. So it's not about you as a person or your story. It's just the fact that the creator has to protect their platform. Hold on.
Forgave her. You can't forgive your mom. My team researched your claims and they think you're just paranoid, but the judge don't. The judge don't think they're paranoid at all. The judge is actually moving forward. Well, I mean, let's be clear. There's plenty of people that will probably say the same thing about me. There's plenty of people that will probably say, oh, well, Jag, you're always talking about what happened to you and how you can understand and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. Being able to empathize with what someone is going through is not trying to use what happened to you to convince people. carrying a certain narrative. At no point in time will you ever hear me sit down and talk with someone and say, you know what, I think you were being gaslit.
Okay, the number game is over.
You know what? Do you hear that? See?
Hold
Well, I
on.
can understand why you won't say that, because I was afraid to talk about how
Number game is over, by the way.
But, I know. Yeah, we don't know, but we know. That kind of shit.
Shout out to Lisa Connor. Thank you so much for playing, girl. You actually won the game. Again, shout out to Lisa Connor for being a winner. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. Yeah, congratulations to Lisa.
Yeah. Use it to guilt trip people into going along with a narrative. At the end of the day, that's what she was trying to do. And guess what? Even a man who spent that much time or a lot of time in a mental facility was smart enough not to. How about that? Like, I'll never forget, she was sitting there with someone, and Jaguar Wright is mentally ill, and Jaguar Wright is this, and she's that, and she's this, and she's that. Prove it. Candace Owens, Trump, and the FBI, they took out Charlie Kirk. Prove it. Brick Lady,
oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Jag is saying, prove it, prove it, prove it. Where are your receipts at? You prove it. Hashtag prove it for Jag. You prove all your stuff. Oh my gosh. The audacity of a bitch with no receipts and never has any receipts to ask someone to prove it. What the world? Like, Jag, let's prove that you. I wanted the biggest receipt. I want to see you rescued. You were on Epstein Island. You rescued 3 people from Epstein Island. You have a boat. You have $42 million overseas. You have a yacht or a boat. Like, I want to know. You have a house overseas, should I say? Where's all your receipts for everything you allege or you say?
In the face with a brick. Prove it. Kevin Federline.
Yeah.
Britney Spears is in danger of unaliving herself. She's going to end up unalived. Read my book. Prove it. There's a lot of people that just like believing whatever they hear because it sounds crazy, it sounds salacious. And what I will say is this: we all have the right to believe whatever we want. Just be careful, because there was a lot of people that was running with this thumbnail trying to disparage Katt Williams.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Imagine
a lot of people.
Imagine right now. See, the thing is
I don't know, because we have to stay tuned, child, because the brother said that something's coming Monday. We'll see. So I'm just in the in the stadium, in the bleachers. I'm just watching this unfold. So it looks like it's gonna be Katt Williams versus his brother, and we're just the spectators. It's Katt Williams versus his brother, right? So we will see. He said, something's coming Monday. So yeah, I'm observing. Jag is already, running victory laps already.
this is why.
I mean, some people are gonna believe his brother, some people are not gonna believe his brother.
What?
Okay, I'm not.
Jag
when it comes to SA, When it comes to essay, I don't speak on whether something is true or not, unless it's someone like Lamisha Fuller or something like that. Or there's 100% evidence. About if it's not 100% evidence saying that it's false, I'm not speaking on it. I keep my lips shut on any of that.
It's thoroughly researched, because there's a lot of people that have done stories about what was on her website, the video and all that or whatever. Like I said, I didn't know too much about what was being said, et cetera, et cetera. I was actually like trying to find out the metrics, like who downloaded it, what would it, but she doesn't release all that. And you know, you can't just get it. I would have to like really bogart and be like, yo, you know, her domain, you know, her web, whoever hosts her site, I have to be like, yo, I need to know these numbers, blah, blah, legal reasons. It ain't even that damn serious.
Ain't nobody interested in pocket watching her. That's
right.
her job.
But what I'm saying is, in relation to what you were talking about earlier, when it comes to like impact, because we were talking about Candace Owens, the hype auditor, and her numbers and stuff like that. This story where he said Katt, the brother said Katt exposed his children, the brother's children, to situations or people he considers inappropriate. The brother brings up family issues, difficulties with adoption, a possible deceased adopted son reference. Like the thing is there's a lot of stuff that was said in this interview, and now that it's like, oh, it's taken away. It's not on her website anymore, but you got a bunch of people who did things on YouTube. Yeah, they clipped it. It's on YouTube, which translates to Google, which Google is the truth. Y'all remember that now they're saying, go whatever Google says, it goes. It's the truth. And now what? Wait, the guy is mentally unwell. So what do you what everybody that did all those stories about this situation?
Are they going to retract? Are they going to do retractions? Are they going to take those videos down? Are people going to go to Google and make sure that Google isn't rematriculating these lies? Like, what are they going to do? See, that's the thing. The second that they put the lies out there, they're not in a rush to take them down.
And see, serious allegations like this coming from a family member, and this is why I know we'll talk about the legal ramifications that she did on you, because she had a family member come.
I mean, you're a subscriber, so you're different because you're in the chat, and that's your opinion as a subscriber in the chat. There's less less accountability or less things on you. A creator cannot just say anything like that. They risk being sued or being held liable. You have more responsibility as a creator. Okay, so I have an open chat for people to say what they want to say as far as their opinions or beliefs. But as far as a creator, you have more responsibility of what you say on a platform and on an audience and that you're publishing. Okay.
And talk mess about you.
She had a couple family members come, but her main source never got on camera.
But listen, independent verification strengthens whatever a person is saying. So if you got someone coming on here saying X, Y, and Z, you could independently verify certain things your damn self to strengthen whatever it is that you're going to broadcast. You have to be responsible. So she knew, like you said, she was going to be in some deep trouble, and let's get rid of this. The interview is partly about contrasting Katt Williams' comic persona with the family trauma and hidden issues, right? It's just bogus. I'll just say for the whole thing, it was just bogus, like a clout chaser again.
And nobody really believed it when they saw it. That's the sad part about it. You went through all of that and nobody believed it. I'm just trying to figure out which member of the YouTube mafia, the alleged YouTube mafia, came to her and asked her to attach Reggie Carroll to it, because she did.
Yeah.
She attached Reggie Carroll to it. She sat there and talked about how Katt Williams needs to be held accountable for what happened to Reggie Carroll, and then you were going to use all of this shwill that his brother had to say that, as it turns out, isn't true.
And
is anybody going to come after any of that? Is anybody going to say any of that?
People, the reaction essentially is they feel she's pushed too far into private family matters, and she does that a lot. Like I said, that's why I brought you up, and that's why.
Y'all really is going after Tasha K. Y'all need to stop, okay? Lord have mercy. Jad will switch spots. Y'all remember when Jad tried to get Tasha K to interview with her? You wanted Tasha K to interview you. You wanted to be on Tasha K's stage and be interviewed in her studio. Or you wanted her to, I think you wanted to go to her studio to be interviewed. You were begging Tasha K to interview you. And even from jail, you wanted her to interview you from jail and pay, so she could pay you so you can use that money to get out of jail. So what are you talking about? You want to be interviewed by Tasha K. You were begging her. She declined you. You rejected her. Rejected. Okay. Yeah, she was rejected from an interview from Tasha K.
I said your situation. So she can say a whole lot of stuff about you, got a documentary about you, but no verification, no court records, nothing, no documentation, nothing. Okay, then we'll see you in court. Because that's honestly, I'm not mad at Cardi B for getting at her like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's honestly what needs to happen.
They turned that into content because she never paid. And apparently Cardi B isn't interested in making her pay. Like, it's funny. It was all a clout chase. Like,
that was all. Yeah, that was a play too. Yeah.
It was another show trial that everybody turned into content. I'm just trying to figure out how people aren't more outraged at the simple fact that she literally sat there and tried to turn that man into a PDFer, and nobody seems to care. But she was willing to platform someone who was.
Yeah, Jag is acting like she has not been labeled as mentally ill, and even from time to time, actually admitting that she has a mental health issue, and even trying to weaponize mental illness when it's convenient for her. But she's ignoring all of this stuff, right? She's ignoring it. Ignoring it.
Who's been in and out of a mental facility and diagnosed with mental issues.
Wow.
I want y'all to think about that. Every last one of y'all that ran with that story, every last one of y'all that did that, you were running with details and information that came from someone who's legit on the books as a mental patient from a hospital, who's been in and out of the hospital and spent a lot of time there. I want y'all to think about that. Y'all all ran with that. Y'all ran with that story. You ran with that thumbnail. You ran with that headline to get people to go over to that lying ass bitch's fucking website and pay $12.99 to listen to someone make up a bunch of stories, unverified. You can't even blame him. You can't blame him.
Hold up. We have to wait for all the receipts and all the stuff to come out. You cannot, be dismissive of every allegation. You can only dismiss the stuff that has been debunked fully. You cannot dismiss things that have not been debunked. That's a blanket debunking. If I go live and if I have one receipt to debunk one thing, I can't say that one receipt debunks everything. Again, the receipt that has been said so far was shown hasn't debunked the essay allegations. No one has said that it debunked the essay allegation. It's just saying that I guess it's saying that he debunked the situation of the parents being estranged because he said the parents were just at a recent event. However, did the brothers say estranged, or did he say that they're not that close? So I will have to watch the interview again just to see 100% confirm exactly what was said. The point is, I want to make it clear and abundantly clear, we cannot use mental illness to discredit SA victims. I'm not saying what's true or what's false. I'm saying we cannot discredit anyone just because they have a mental health issue and say that their stories of SA are false. That's dangerous, okay? So I'm not gonna do that, okay? You have to give me another reason as to why someone's story is false, and you cannot use mental health as a reason why it's false. The video was removed not because he lied about SA, it's because there's no receipt to prove the things he has said. So for a responsible platform, you have to remove it to protect your brand and protect yourself from being sued. So I didn't hear Tasha K say I'm removing it because he lied about SA. I didn't hear her say that. Okay. Jag is spinning the story to reach to that viewpoint because that's what she wants. She wants everybody to unfollow Tasha K and unsubscribe and not be over there and take her down. This is not going to take Tasha K down. Okay, it's not. She thought this was her big one to go live and blast Tasha K, put Transrena in her title, and take Tasha K down for making this interview or doing an interview with the brother. But that's not going to happen, Jag. I don't think people are going to be unfollowing her because of the interview that the brother did.
I want y'all to think about that. That's who y'all go and you get your thumbnails from. That's who you go to destroy another person's character. That's who you go and get your tea from. That's who you go and get your information from. Someone who platforms someone who was not long ago in a mental hospital, who has a legit mental health diagnosis. There's something wrong online, man. And it's all gaslighting. It's all gaslighting. Gaslight you into believing this, gaslight you into believing that, gaslight you into believing this. I want y'all to just pay attention. Pay attention to what's about to happen with Britney Spears, because honestly, I don't see this situation getting better. I see it getting worse. And as I'm watching the media ramp it up and ramp it up and ramp it up and ramp it up, it's looking like they're about to create all of this angst so that they can cash in and make big money off of everything that's going on. So let's just be careful what we give a click of view. Let's be careful what we invest. And let's be just a little bit more knowledgeable about people who are being gaslit, people who are being lied on. And this is why we do what we do, because there's a lot of people that just miss all of this. It just comes and goes. Like, I just find it funny. They spent a whole weekend promoting this man and promoting this interview and talking about Katt Williams and doing this and doing that. And they didn't even bother to check him out before they ran with it. Didn't even bother. And you know what? They're not going to bother now either. They're going to sit up there and they're going to play past it, and they just going to let, and then Tasha go, oh my God, I feel played. I feel played. I feel like he played with me. No, he didn't. He did exactly what you asked him to do. Get up there and lie on his brother. I just feel sad for everybody that paid $12.99 for it. Sounds like y'all got robbed.
Child, Jag, you are the last person to talk about somebody got robbed. This person got robbed. This person got robbed. Yeah. So this is weird, but in the live, I can actually see the jewels, but on StreamYard, I cannot see jewels. So if anyone say jewels, I definitely do appreciate it, but for some reason, I can only see it in the studio live. I can't even see it in StreamYard. So I will send StreamYard a message or a notification or a feedback, should I say, and let them know that they need to add jewels to the actual alert. So shout out to Golden Child. I appreciate you for sending jewels. I appreciate it. And again, anyone else that's sending them, I apologize if I didn't see it, because I don't get notification that those are actually sent. But yeah, I appreciate it. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Thank you, Brenda Brown.
Thank you, Brenda. And on that note, I think we get ready to shut this down.
Yeah, my phone dying, so yeah.
Shabbat shalom, guys. Until we meet again. Don't believe the hype. For real. I am, oh my God, it's just.
Don't believe the hype.
Okay, so that's going to conclude this live. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I'm going to restart my live because my next live is going to be just on Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and Candace Owens. It's going to be on that topic. So if you're interested, I suggest you come back in about 10 minutes because it's going to be my next live. Everyone else, I will be live twice tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be live on After Show Cafe to talk about racism in that space. You already know that topic and that racist person that we've been talking about. We're gonna pick up that. I got a receipt of some stuff I want to talk about. So we're gonna talk about that person again for another show. So come back. And also tomorrow night, I'm gonna try to keep that short because tomorrow night we have the impersonation contest as well tomorrow night. And then tomorrow evening. So I'm gonna try to keep the first live to like an hour because I can't talk for too long. Because the impersonation, I'm a part of it. And to be honest, I have not practiced. Have y'all practiced yet? So it's supposed to be tomorrow. But to be honest, y'all, I might move it to Sunday. I don't know. It depends on how things go. And also I want to practice because I don't want to lose. Like I lost last time. I didn't win no prize. Like I lost. Like I was a loser. And I don't. Yeah, I want to at least win one impersonation. Dang. Like why y'all want to win? I want to be a loser. So I still have not practiced. I gotta practice all these people. So y'all think I'm about to do it and I ain't had time to practice yet. So anyways, I gotta end this live because I already promised people that I was gonna do these Charlie Kirk documents. And I have the documents, so I'm gonna go ahead and do my Charlie Kirk live, Tyler Robinson update. And then everybody else, I'll see y'all tomorrow on my backup channel for the impersonation contest and the racist contest. But remember, when I come back tomorrow afternoon, we're only gonna be live for 1 hour to talk about this racist because I gotta save my vocal cords. And I gotta go offline. I gotta be practicing these voices of all these people because I gotta walk away with the prize this time. Because y'all ain't finna have me out here losing again. Okay, I gotta win one of these people. I gotta perfect. Anyways, I love y'all, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Well, I'll see some people. I'll see in about 10 minutes, and everybody else I'll see on the backup tomorrow. All right, love y'all. Bye. Mwah.